Good morning. You are all very welcome to our event today, PPI Horizons European Perspectives on PPI. My name is Dr. Natalie Walsh. I am co-lead of the PPI Ignite Network at the University of Galway, and you'll be hearing a little bit more from me later on this morning. Firstly, I'd like to welcome you all, and I'm going to invite the Executive Dean of the College of Medicine, Nursing and Health Sciences to say a few words and do a welcoming address. So, Professor Martin O'Donnell.
Thanks, Natalie. My name is Martin O'Donnell. I'm Dean of the College of Medicine, Nursing and Health Sciences. So it's a privilege to welcome both local people, but also members of the ENLIGHT network from Sweden, Uppsala and Gronigen in the Netherlands, both online and to this really important European conference. Patient public involvement in research, in clinical research, in education is a centrepiece for our college. It is something that very often people say is important, but it's certainly woven within the fabric, and we have a lot of really key champions within it. I was actually just chatting outside. I'm qualified over 30 years, reflecting back on my first interface with the area, because there's an assumption, certainly when I qualified first, that it's assumed that the public's and patient's voice is part of research, but it's kind of not. And where I did my PhD, which was in Canada, we had a compulsory module on philosophy and health, which, to be honest with you, I didn't actually know why it was relevant. I didn't even know there was a philosophy in health. And then we had to pick our end of term assignment, and we had to apply a philosophical theory to the area of research you were in. So I'm a geriatrician, and I principally work in the area of stroke. So I applied standpoint feminist theory to stroke. And this was around that if you weren't in the position, you couldn't comment on the lived reality. And every scale that we had developed to measure outcomes in patients with stroke did not have the patient's voice at the centre of it as part of that review. So I came to it the old-fashioned way, as people say, which is that it needs to be a science, it needs to be formalised, it can't be assumed, but it's very difficult to champion and to do correctly. We have a university that's values-based, with overlapping values of respect, openness, with the central mandate of PPI. So conferences like this are critically important because they refocus attention. It's a living, breathing science, which is why the PhD students training the next generation to do this better than we've done it, to amplify it, is so important. The organisers and the level of commitment in this space, in many aspects of what you do, you have to encourage ambition and activity. This is an area of research and an area of dynamism that you don't. It just comes from people's own drive. Ruth, Natalie, Martha, who have driven this conference and been so supportive of the entire agenda. Within our college, just to mention a few things, which is that we see this as infusing all aspects of what we do. We are expanding and redeveloping a lot of our curricula. So our undergraduate medicine program is being redeveloped. The voice of patients and members of the general public and their involvement with the redevelopment has been critical. We're about to launch a new pharmacy program. Again, a key part of its development was the concept of co-design, that it will be relevant and will be meaningful. And we're, over the next 2 years, have just gotten funding to launch a graduate entry medicine program, which is championing socially responsible medicine with a rural remote pipeline aspect to it. And again, the activities around this is for members of the general public, so it has to be very, very heavily co-owned and co-developed. The ENLIGHT network, really important, and just congratulations to Pamela, and thank you for, again, driving the collaboration and the agenda within this. the members of the public, patients who have given their time and volunteered to participate in this, because it's been an evolution around. This only works if there's co-ownership in the agenda, and again, the commitment to time. It's easier for us because we can, in some ways, almost dictate what the terms, where the central science is. So again, I'm going to finish off with the importance and gratitude to members of the public, patients who've amplified the quality of educational offerings, the relevance of research and the impact of research. So enjoy your day, and thank you for asking me to open it.
So we thought collectively we'd bring you on a little journey. We are the Galway PPI Ignite team, and we're each going to maybe touch on a point of importance from our own respective journeys, and I have the task of kicking us off. So I'm going to speak about how we got here, the ENLIGHT collaboration. Ruth will speak on public and patient involvement in research and what it is, and how we engage in the University of Galway. And then Martha will take us through what the PPI Ignite Network at the University of Galway do. So in reaching today and having this milestone of celebrating and sharing the work that we do in patient and public involvement in research, we wanted to reflect on the work that started in 2023 when we reached out to our ENLIGHT collaborators and really just wanted to get a sense of what PPI activity looked like outside of Ireland, and how different universities engaged, and use it as a learning and a knowledge exchange experience. Fortunately enough, last year ENLIGHT launched a call, an ETN call, and that really gave us a shape and a structure with which we could respond and think about how we could collaborate with a funded network to solve some of the challenges we were facing, to grow our knowledge and to collaborate with like-minded people. And so last year we submitted an application. We were not successful with our application, but that's part of the journey, resilience. But thankfully our ENLIGHT office did support us with a grant to continue to explore PPI across our European partner sites, and to hopefully continue on the journey to kind of create a more formalised ETN and to spread the great work that we're doing across our respective universities out into Europe. And so this was the kind of the genesis for how we arrived here today. And we thought, with the contribution from ENLIGHT, it would be really lovely to bring people to the University of Galway, to bring them to the Institute for Life Course and Society, which is the building that we're in today, that really houses the PPI Ignite Galway office, but more importantly is deeply connected into society. And we thought it would be a lovely venue to bring you all to today, and for us to spend the day together, sharing our lived experiences through panel discussion, through PPI game, which I'm really excited about us engaging in later, and to spend time together through the breaks and through networking, sharing our experiences, and looking for opportunities to get to know each other and the work that we're all doing that is incredibly important, as Martin mentioned earlier. So I am delighted to introduce you to Dr. Ruth McMenamin, my co-lead, who will share her experiences.
Thank you, Natalie. I have the lovely, part of talking about PPI, and I'm very aware that so many of you are working with PPI contributors in your research, in your scholarship, and so you don't need me in some ways to revise this or go over it. But I suppose it is important to think about people who are starting out, and so that we're all on the same page when we say nothing about us without us. And that mantra came originally from the disability organisation, and it's something that we hold at the centre when we're thinking about PPI in research and in scholarship. So what is it? It's really about having this equal partnership with public, with patients at the different stages of the research cycle. And I know that you know all very well those stages. So thinking about what are the important research questions, thinking about how do we conduct our research, thinking about what kind of design we're going to use in our research, what kind of outcome measures we're going to use, and thinking about sharing the findings of the results and how these results are going to influence policy and practice. And we're not thinking about all of those stages alone, we're thinking about those stages with our PPI contributors. And that has changed really the way we work and how we work. And I suppose when you come to look at the literature in PPI, the words and the terms that are used to describe it are really used interchangeably and synonymously. And that's confusing, particularly if you're starting out. So when we talk about participation in research, what we mean is taking part. So just taking part in a research study. When we talk about engagement, it might be meeting to hear about the research study. But when we talk about involvement, we're really moving into that space where we're talking about actively assisting and being involved in the research in shared decision making. And that's really important, and that's what's different than just taking part, for example, and it's still really important work in a survey or in an interview or whatever. It's that ongoing involvement throughout the different stages of the research. This was a paper we wrote a few years ago, and it was about public and patient involvement in qualitative research and social care research. And when we went to look at the literature, there were all these different terms that were being used to describe the terminology in PPI research. And you might be familiar with some of these terms, and maybe there's other terms that you're using in your own context that are different, that aren't here. And we'd love to hear about those as we go through the day. In Ireland, we very much talk about public and patient involvement, but we're really aware that citizens' engagement, patient and citizens' involvement, these are other terms. I was on a call yesterday with a colleague from Australia, and she was saying that they consistently use consumer and community involvement in Australia now, and that's very much aligned with their national framework. So the terms we use throughout the world and across Europe may vary, but we're meaning in terms of the same type of work. And again, similarly, the terms used to describe the role of PPI contributors in the research might vary. So the role of the people who are sharing the decision making in the research. So the best place to start, and this is what we found over the years, and I'm sure you have as well, is to ask the people, what do you want to be called? How do you want to be referred to? I see a lot of nodding of heads, so obviously we're all doing that. So in our experience here, we found that people like to be called PPI contributors, for example, sometimes researcher expert by experience, sometimes research partner. But I suppose the point is that we're consistent in our use of the term, and what we're meaning is that these people are involved in research in terms of shared decision making, that there's a power sharing within the research process. So whoever the people are that are involved in your research, and we're all going to have different people depending on our context of where we're working and what the topic is and what the research is. But the PPI advisory panel here is an equal part of that research team, along with your funders, your clinicians, your community, whoever else are involved in the research. This is a spectrum of involvement, and I suppose, as many of you know, there are lots of conceptual models in the literature that depict public and patient involvement. This is one that was developed in Ireland by the Irish Health Research Forum. We use it quite a lot, but because we like the way it shows that, you know, progression of power sharing as you move from the bottom to the top. So you've got none here at the bottom of the upside down pyramid, if you like, and as you move up the way, you're getting to that place which we're all, you know, aspiring to go to, where you've got shared decision making, and you've got examples of the community initiating the research and actually leading out on the studies, examples of full control, and we have those examples from around the world. I'm not going to talk about those examples just now, but I'm sure that you can think of examples even in your own context of shared decision making with your PPI contributors. Okay, and then finally, just to think about the values and principles that underpin PPI. And this was a piece of work that was done through the PPI Ignite Network. It was one of the working groups within the PPI Ignite Network. And the group looked at the values and the principles that underpin PPI. So you can see here equality and inclusion, empowerment and power sharing, flexibility, transparency, respect, trust, and collaboration. And as Professor O'Donnell mentioned, these PPI values align and resonate with the University of Galway values in terms of the respect and the inclusion and the equity. So I'm going to pass you on now to Martha, the final member of our PPI Ignite team in Galway.
Thank you, Ruth. So I have the job today to tell you all about what exactly it is that we do here in the University of Galway. So in PPI Ignite in University of Galway, we are one piece of a large station called the PPI Ignite Network, and our colleague Edel Murphy will be telling you more about that national initiative and what's happening within all of the universities later on. But just to briefly touch on what exactly is happening here in Galway and what do we do on the day-to-day. So based here in the Institute for Life Course and Society, the PPI Ignite Network team works with researchers, so whether that be our research colleagues, our academic colleagues, our professional service colleagues, anyone within the University of Galway. And we're really fortunate actually recently to have also reached beyond our own university and universities outside of the network by connecting in with ATU. And it's fantastic to have some of our ATU colleagues in the audience today. But we work with researchers and those with the lived experience, so the public and patients, charity organisations, community organisations, anyone who has that piece of experience that can support us in our research to ensure that the voice of the lived experience can help shape and influence the research that's happening within the University of Galway wider ecosystem, and then hope to enhance the quality, the relevance and the impact of the research. So just here we have 3 random photos of 3 pieces of work that have happened over the last year, just to kind of showcase some pieces of activity within the local office over the last year. Artificial intelligence, it's getting really popular. Some people would say it's getting a little scary. We're really embracing it here in University of Galway and in the PPI Ignite Network. We were really fortunate to work with colleagues, some of those who are with us today, to put on a public event to speak with the public about AI and PPI. What is the understanding of what's happening in the AI world? What are the public thinking about where this is going? And how can we work with those with the lived experience, those who may have their files generated by AI or their healthcare results looked at by the bot in the hospital, to see how we can do that appropriately and in relevance to that. So working with Dr. Conor Judge and Honor Griffin and Frin Kruger, we created the AI in Healthcare event, which went off really well last summer. The middle image here is a photo of lots of different people, some of those who may be in the room today. And this event took place during the National PPI Festival. And we had a seed funding initiative open during the festival where colleagues could apply for funding from our local budget to host a PPI related event in the month of October. We were really excited to see a submission come in from somebody outside of Galway, somebody outside of Ireland, Charlene Young from the United Kingdom. And Charlene was a patient advocate, so not connected to any university, very much a one-woman show who has been working tirelessly within the United Kingdom and now Ireland to support researchers and clinical colleagues, clinical academics in how to engage diverse communities within their research, because EDI is really important and something that we need support with at times to really ensure we're doing it correctly and appropriately. So Charlene applied for that seed funding and came over and gave a workshop on how exactly to engage appropriately with diverse communities to support and enhance the research happening here in University of Galway. And then the last image on the side that's slightly covered is a photo, just a flyer of a facilitation skills shared learning group that takes place here in Galway as well. So one of the questions we were getting quite often from our research colleagues was, okay, we've put in our funding, we've got the research project, we found our PPI partners, but how exactly do we do this? How do we go about getting their input into our research? And our PPI partners who are also coming to us saying, I've joined up to this research project, but how do I tell the researcher what I think they're planning to do mightn't actually be the best approach for the lived experience? So we thought one way that we could counteract those questions was to come together in a shared capacity and create this facilitation skills group where it's attended by everybody and anybody, people of all different levels of knowledge and experience in PPI, and we come together and we just talk about some solutions, some challenges that we're facing within our PPI facilitation, and it's just a wonderful opportunity for that shared learning where we all learn and grow from each other and our different experiences, whether that be in Ireland or internationally. And one thing that isn't here, but that the Dean touched on, is our PhD module in University of Galway. And it's something we're really proud today to let you know that we have the opportunity through our ENLIGHT colleagues to now be offering that to 10, including ourselves, European universities across Europe to deliver more PPI training and expand that. So they are just some activity we do here in University of Galway, very much hoping to bridge that gap between the research and the lived experience to come together and embed meaningful PPI across what's happening here in Galway, and very much with that international focus and with our PPI Ignite Network colleagues as well. Brilliant. Thanks, everyone. We're delighted to welcome up now Pamela Devons from ENLIGHT, who's going to touch a few words on what exactly is this ENLIGHT initiative we've been touching on this morning.
Thanks, Martha, and thanks, Ruth and Natalie, for all of the work that's been done to bring our ENLIGHT colleagues here. So I just want to, I suppose, introduce myself. My name's Pamela Devons. I'm head of ENLIGHT here at University of Galway, and I just very briefly, ENLIGHT connects University of Galway with 9 other high-profile universities across Europe on education initiatives, research initiatives, and external engagement. So PPI embodies all 3 of those. So delighted to support this event, and also to welcome our colleagues from Uppsala and Gronigen here today to take part in person, and also welcome any other ENLIGHT colleagues that are tuning in online. I just want to kind of take the opportunity to wish you all a really fruitful day, but also to make you aware that there are a number of seed funding calls open currently within ENLIGHT for the ENLIGHT thematic networks that Natalie spoke of. If you've got an idea for an education initiative that you'd like to open up, Ruth mentioned, or Martha mentioned that you're opening up the PhD module across ENLIGHT. There's also the opportunity to open up any other education initiatives at the moment, and seed funding is available. So I would invite anybody here today or tuning in online to contact the ENLIGHT team in Galway if you're interested in submitting an ENLIGHT thematic network application, an incubator grant to connect education initiatives, or if you just have an idea for a meeting like this on either PPI or another topic, there's also seed funding available for that. So just to be aware to contact the ENLIGHT team if you have any ideas. And again, just to wish you a very fruitful discussion here today, and just to be aware of ENLIGHT opportunities that are available. So thank you. I'll hand back to Martha, Ruth and Natalie, and just wish you a very fruitful and engaging day. So thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks, Pamela. We're delighted to introduce our colleague Edel Murphy. Edel is the Programme Manager for the PPI Ignite Network, the National Office. So I'll just get your slides up here, Edel.
So thanks a million, Martha, and to the team here today for inviting me to present to you about the PPI Ignite Network. So my name is Edel Murphy. The PPI Ignite Network in Ireland is just started year 5 of its lifetime. And I'm going to tell you today who we are, what we do, and maybe being a little bit bold by calling it key ingredients for success. So we're in our 5th year, and I hope by the end of today, and those who are online who are maybe familiar with us, that you won't think the word success is being a bit outstepping our mark. We've made a lot of progress, so I'm going to take you through our journey over the last few years. So the PPI initiative is funded by the Health Research Board. They're the main funder of health research in Ireland, and what's now called Taoiseach Éireann Research Ireland. The Health Research Board have been very significant in the Irish landscape in terms of promoting the introduction and expansion of public and patient involvement in research since about 2015. So the network has at its core 7 universities. For international colleagues, Ireland has a population of about 5 million. We have north and south. Off the top of my head, I think we have about 9 universities, 10 universities, and a number of technical universities. So 7 universities is a large percentage of our overall 3rd level university institutions. And these are scattered around the country. Galway, obviously, here, Cork, Limerick, and then the others are in Dublin, I hope. And at the centre, we have the national office. In each of the universities, we have a programme manager. So Martha, whom we've heard from already, is the programme manager here in Galway. At the centre of the network is the national office, and then we also have national partners. So we've 10 national partners, and they are a mixture of 2 universities, Maynooth and Queen's University in Belfast, and then we have 2 umbrella organisations in the patient space, Health Research Charities Ireland, HRCI down the bottom, and IPOSI, and then a mixture of other types of national partners. And they play a very important role in supporting our work, great mutual exchange of knowledge and information, and helping to spread the PPI and service user involvement across the broader national ecosystem. And I'm delighted to welcome both in person and online members from a number of our national organisations. So in the national office, the national lead is Professor Sean Deneen. Sean is an endocrinologist, a diabetes doctor, and all of his research has been driven by, his focus area is in diabetes care for 18 to 25-year-olds. So his research has been very much driven by the voice of young people who live with diabetes. I'm the National Programme Manager, and John Gaffey, whom those of you in person will have met today, works with us as well in the National Office. Each of our 7 universities has either a site lead or 2 site leads. So we've already met Ruth and Natalie. And I think what's interesting about this array of people is the mixture of disciplines. So across the various sites, we have people from nursing, innovation, primary care, music and art, intellectual disability, School of Business, public health, social sciences, and pharmacy. So a big mix of backgrounds, which is really important because public involvement, patient involvement applies right across the research spectrum. Our focus is on health and social care, but the concepts of involvement and citizen involvement is right across the spectrum now. We also have a public advisory board, and our public advisory board are individual members of the Irish public, many of whom are active PPI contributors in different domains, different spaces. Some of them are also public reviewers. The Health Research Board have a very strong ethos of public reviewers on their grant applications, and we made a very concerted effort that our public advisory board was as representative as we could get in terms of age, gender, geographic location, background, socioeconomic background, and so on, as we could. It's not 100%, but we have really focused on that. And our public advisory board has been a really important part of the network, and you can see some of the people, our members are here. We have an external advisory board who bring an international dimension and great experience and wisdom to our reflections and progress. So maybe a good place is a quick look at what our objectives are. So our network objectives focus on a number of things: to improve the quality of PPI approaches, so that we're looking at doing meaningful involvement, to embed PPI at an institutional level, and we'll talk a little bit about that, to create a nationally coordinated and internationally recognised network of excellence, to create a shared voice for PPI across Ireland with an identity independent of any one university and serving all, and to improve health and enhance healthcare delivery. So I suppose in the national office we've had a big focus on creating that shared national voice independent of the university, and that has been really important in terms of building a collaborative spirit across the network, which has yielded great fruit. We have seen this spectrum of involvement from Ruth already. This is one we use widely in Ireland, but at the same time there are many different approaches to involvement, many different styles and methods in which the patient, the service user, the public voice is involved, and all are welcomed and embraced. So we're building from the bottom up. We're very open to different approaches by different researchers, different priorities in different universities. So what do? We approach our work under 5 strands or 5 work packages. We have a big emphasis on building capacity. So our focus isn't on doing research per se, it's on, under the network banner, we're trying to build the environment, build the skills, build the knowledge that will allow involvement to grow and flourish across the research ecosystem. So we invest a lot of time in training and delivering online in-person training. Our second work package is around embedding PPI in education, and that has been a focus in postgraduate and undergraduate education. Our third focus is on working to look at what's happening in institutions locally and nationally. And then our next one looks at promoting PPI excellence. And then the last one is about building that strong national network. So, as I mentioned, many training deliveries, a big focus on our postgraduate education to date. There's been mention already about the PhD module in Galway. We've also developed collaboratively across the network introduction to PPI module, which is now being rolled out in 2 of our universities, and the materials available to the other universities in the network to do likewise. In terms of our institutional focus, we've looked at what barriers there are to involvement, and there are many, as those of us who are at the coalface know, and really what we're trying to do is identify them, attack them one at a time, and make doing involvement easier. In terms of making it top class, the values and principles referenced already have been a really important and significant development, and we're doing other work in that area as well. And then in terms of making it shared, we've put a lot of emphasis on things like the shared learning groups. So in addition to the facilitation skills one, a very strong one led from UCC for PhD students. A number of people internationally tune into that, as well as many local PhD students. There's one in children and young people led from DCU. And a recent one that some people here are part of is looking at working with migrants and refugees. So there's a big emphasis on knowledge exchange, knowledge sharing, making our materials available, and so on. And I suppose in terms of, where are we and what has been good about what we've done, and we have still a lot more to do. But in terms of the things we have worked on, building the infrastructure around the country has really reaped rewards. All of our universities have worked really well together in terms of being able to collaborate and grow and so on. We have an identity independent of any one university. This is our PPI Ignite logo, which has really helped us establish a recognition, a brand recognition, I suppose. We have an online hub at ppinetwork.ie. Here we share our resources. We have a calendar of events. People all around Ireland can publish PPI events, and it's a go-to place in terms of finding out what's happening around the country. And particularly, I suppose, with the whole move online, this has meant access to a breadth of activities and knowledge about what's coming up. This is an example from an event that was run in DCU last summer, and again, or last autumn. We have people coming together from all over Ireland for those sort of activities. Driven very much by John Gaffey in the National Office, we have a monthly newsletter with a growing and interested membership or readership. We're reaching 700 or 800 people now. And again, we really tried to bring a flavour of what's happening from all the different lead sites, the national partners and others connected to the network in our newsletter. We have a PPI Contributors Corner and areas for researchers. Other things on our online hub is, as I say, the resources and the shared learning group information and so on. In the National Office, we have made a strong effort, as I say, to have that national voice. For our international visitors in Ireland, local matters, and we have really made an effort. We're in Galway, this is the Galway colours. So as part of the network, we've put a big emphasis on taking off the maroon jersey and putting on the green jersey. And I think that has been really important in terms of developing a national identity, a national network, and a spirit of collaboration across the network. I've mentioned already the PhD module that was developed. There was 42 different people from around Ireland, including from some of our national partner universities and other national partners who contributed to the development of that module, and it included PPI contributors. They were brought together by each of the lead sites, contributed content, revised content, and so on. So that's a really good example of how the network has come together under the national approach. And a really important part of that is building an ethos of collaboration. So in terms of the collaboration, the people, by nature, I think a lot of the people who get involvement are collaborative. We have tried to be collaborative in terms of our governance and even things like our reporting. We have to report to our funders annually. We have KPI data, which everybody loves. So we collect that and report it always as a network, not focusing on lead sites. So there's been a number of different ways in which we have built that spirit of collaboration. The shared learning groups have been very effective. Our capacity building has very much focused on working together. So right from the start, universities have combined to deliver events together and to develop materials together, working with community partners and PPI contributors. And right across the network, there's been a very focused effort on brokering relationships. So a lot of really positive relationships have developed, maybe between national partners who hadn't connected before, between individual researchers in one university and another on specific areas. So this has been all very positive. A really excellent initiative has been our National PPI Festival. The idea was that annually we would come together to celebrate what has been achieved and to spread information and enthusiasm and knowledge about public and patient involvement. So our national festival happens in October. The first year we ran it for 2 weeks. We decided that wasn't long enough, so now we run it for the month. It's very busy. Our calendar of events is our focal area. Coordination of the festival has moved, started in Galway, then DCU, Cork did it last year, RCSI are going to do it in 2025. So the coordination has moved, but the ethos and the spirit, again, even in terms of the branding, it's very much the national branding on it. And what has been fantastic is a lot of events have been organised by people outside the network, organisations that aren't formally involved. So it has been very good for spreading that. So that was our 2023 and different themes in the different years. As I say, big focus on shared learning and knowledge exchange and building PPI capacity. And we've seen over the years, we have gone from, a lot of introductory training to now more targeted and advanced training. We have also invested in people, obviously very much supported both by our funders, and all of the 7 universities at the core provided co-funding for those programme manager positions. And really the programme managers have been the powerhouse and are the powerhouse of the network. They have driven at a local level in the way that Martha has described, working closely with researchers, with community partners, trying to at a very grounded level in a number of universities to gradually push forward the boundaries of what's possible in involvement and to focus on trying to build that focus on meaningful involvement with shared decision making and I suppose at the same time very much working within institutions and across the network to remove barriers to involvement and make it easier to work with both community partners and individual public and patients. So I will leave it there, and as I say, each of our universities have a local programme manager, and that's their contacts. So thank you very much.
Brilliant, thanks Udal. So if anyone has any questions for Edel or Ruth, Pamela, Natalie, now is the time. So for our colleagues online as well, please feel free to pop any questions into the chat. Does anyone have any questions? Yeah, I might just give you a microphone, and if you'd like to come up to the podium just so you can answer.
Hi guys, my name is Kieran Hannon. I'm from the BioInnovate programme, just down the road. My own background is 20 years in tech consulting, and I've spent a lot of time working with patient experience platforms, and I'm currently working developing out a solution using wearables and looking at designing a trial. There's going to be a lot of quantitative data captured through symptom trackers and wearables that can be analysed through AI. There's lots of emerging technologies that need to be considered when we're trying to get a proper representative voice of the public or from the patients. Yet I don't see any digital people currently in the mix. In terms of advisory groups or participants. What does that engagement look like with the geeks like myself? Sorry. It's kind of a general question.
Yeah. Would you like to take that?
Yeah. I suppose while there isn't anything formal in the network and the advisory, because not everything can be covered, what we do have is a lean-in system where we leverage each other and we leverage the institution. For something like that, where a journey may start with us and we can advise on the PPI aspects, we would lean into a technical expert. So we would go, for example, to our School of Computer Science. We would probably talk to some of the former BioInnovate alums who have had a trajectory similar, and we would bring people together. I think something that's really humbling from my perspective in terms of being in the network, because I don't have a clinical background, is the fact that you never get a no in terms of people wanting to support you. And you have to know your limitations. And again, because I don't have that clinical background, I would lean into people like Martin O'Halloran, who has the TMG labs. I would probably lean into someone like Finn, who has AI, and that may be an aspect of it. So I think we can advise on the structures and processes and how you would embed PPI involvement in a really meaningful, considered way, and then marry that with the expertise that's specific to that domain. And I think you're in the right place, because I think Galway does it incredibly well, particularly with alumni and the expertise we have across the colleges and schools.
And I'll add maybe one other point to that as well, maybe coming from the non-specialist end, if you like. I think with involvement, we're not looking for a representative voice, because you can't get representative with 5 or 6 people. So what you're trying to do is target the voices that you feel are particularly important for your domain. So if your wearables are for children, you will focus on that voice. If your wearables are for older people or sports people, you would bring that in. They wouldn't be the only voices. So you're trying to identify what are the really important, diverse voices in your domain, and you'd make sure to bring that into whatever involvement that you're doing. And that's really important in technology.
I do think that there's a lot of data being captured directly from patients during trials, like symptom trackers and feedback. And I think there's an opportunity potentially for you guys to ask for access to that information, or get access and look at it and see what it says and see if there's any insights that could be pulled from it. There's HICWA, the National Patient Experience Platform, I'm sure you've heard of all that. There's loads of data out there that could be I'll talk to you afterwards. I'd love to help if I could. Thanks.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Any other questions in the room? Thomas? And I can see we have a question online. We can move to that.
Yeah, thanks. I had a question about the festival, the PPI festival, because I think it's a really nice initiative to put it on the agenda and to gain attraction. But can you explain a little, examples that happen during that festival which makes it attractive for the public and patients to participate?
Martin, I'd like to take that question. The festival theme.
Yeah, absolutely. So the festival was Edel's idea many years ago, and it has just gone from strength to strength over the years. So it started off as 2 weeks in the month of October, where we hosted. Anybody and everybody was invited to host PPI-related events during these 2 weeks to build, as you've said, traction and to get a bit of atmosphere going around the PPI topic, whether that be within universities, more importantly, outside of universities, with our public communities, with our patient organisation, charity organisations. It has grown from strength to strength. It is now a 4-week period. Something that we begin offering in University of Galway and other universities involved in the festival is the idea of seed funding. So we're really fortunate from our funders. We have little pockets of money that we can give out to colleagues to do PPI initiatives. So that idea of giving out funding to build PPI events. So that's been one really positive and successful initiative to get people outside of ourselves within the wider network hosting these events by offering the funding so people can actually go off and do it and get catering and pay their PPI partners, because quite often that's the hardest piece of bringing something together, is not having that original idea when you're putting in your funding. It has really taken an international perspective over the last 2 years as well. Last year there was a PPI event in Brazil, so we have had avid attendees to our facilitation skills group, shared learning group, at 7:30 a.m. in Brazil, 12:30 in Ireland. On a Monday morning every month we have had Marilee come in and connect in. She came over to RCSI as well from Brazil to get more knowledge within the Irish health research space and within the PPI space down to the national office. And then in October held a PPI meeting, the first PPI meeting in São Paulo in Brazil, as part of our festival, which was just incredible. To see the PPI Ignite Network slide deck being used in Brazil was just fantastic. We have had that international perspective, I suppose, from Galway, bringing over colleagues from the United Kingdom. So Charlene Young last year, Honorary Professor Derek Stewart has come over as well and hosted events on embedding PPI within medical device development. We collaborated with a research unit just across the road called Coram. They're a medical device research infrastructure for developing that kind of work nationally. So that's how it goes. It's hosted each year by one of the universities. We were really lucky to have to coordinate it the inaugural year. Each university takes it then, but it's open to everybody to include, and it's very much a really nice time of the year for PPI in Ireland and internationally. Yeah, just if you just pop into that for the people online.
Yeah, and if you don't have the time for it, also tell me, because I'm searching for like initiatives that are really low threshold for hard to reach groups, for example. And I thought at first instance, like, wow, a festival maybe where you can show things like practical things may gain attraction also for hard to reach groups. But do you feel like you reach these groups also with this festival? And if so, how do you do it?
So maybe to give you an example to answer that one, in Trinity in Dublin, they ran an event in a community venue where they worked with people who were, I think, hard of hearing, and they focused, they had an event out in the community working with that particular community group. And then other groups have also gone out to a community venue and worked specifically with, whatever that community group was. In UL, they've now begun to use arts-based methods to build those bridges. So last October, I went down there. It was the launch of a report. But it was preceded by a fantastic musical session where the group they had been working with were a lot of migrants living in the Limerick area, and that was their way of communicating. So that gives you some flavour of how you can bring them out, bring the festival out into communities. And maybe the last example, the very first year we ran what we called a PPI Contributors Gathering here in Galway on a Saturday, so that people could, who were maybe working or caring, I see a question about caring, could come. And again, it brought a mixture of people into this building, some of whom were familiar with PPI, some of whom were new to it, and we also ran an online version of it at the same time. So yeah, it works.
Good. It's good to know. Thanks.
Thanks, Thomas.
Brilliant. And we might just go to our final question online from Laura. So Laura is asking, what is your experience of involving unpaid family carers? So I have been involved in some PPI initiatives that have had family carers involved. I've been involved in some initiatives actually working with Family Carers Ireland as well, the charity organisation who have great connections in with lots of different people who have different caring responsibilities across Ireland. And I think in terms of the involvement piece there, it's really important that we adhere to our values and principles, most importantly the flexibility piece, and ensuring that how we're doing our involvement actually works well for our partners who are connecting in. So if there is a family care on the group, is there a time in the day where it might be suitable for them to connect in? Is it that when they have that kind of spare 15 minutes that they have my mobile, they can give me a ring rather than meeting settings. So I suppose it's just really important for us as researchers and myself to be very conscious of that one size doesn't fit all with PPI, and it's not always group meetings at 1 o'clock on a Friday afternoon or 6 p.m. or a Saturday works for everybody. It's just very much dependent on those who, on the ability and the availability of our collaborators. So that's kind of would be what I hope that's helpful, Laura. And if you have more contributions that you'd like to pop in via the chat, if that's something that you have knowledge and interest in, please feel free to do so. Brilliant. Thanks, Laura. Okay, so that brings our questions to an end. You can sit down. Thank you. And up next, we are delighted to welcome our colleagues from Uppsala University in Sweden, who began on this ENLIGHT collaboration with us in very early days. Georgina, Werner and Ellen, you're very welcome to Galway, to Ireland, and we're delighted to have you here. So Georgina and Ellen are going to be presenting with us today on work they have done with the migrant community within Sweden. Just get their slides up. And just to note for our colleagues online, there will be a Q&A session after this as well, where there's time for questions to both Georgina and Ellen, so please feel free to pop them into the chat. Now, here you go. There's a clicker there, so just this microphone, that's on.
Great, thank you. Thank you so much for inviting us here. We're happy to be here, and especially happy to start this conversation after listening to this inspiring talk about the festival, which is something that we're definitely bringing to Sweden as well. I think we were intensively taking notes on things that we want to do in the Swedish setting as well, which is very different from the Irish one. So there's an interesting discussion going on today on the differences and similarities between PPI work in our countries, I think. So my name is Elin, and this is Georgina, and we'll be here to talk about co-design, or PPI, with refugees. And especially we will introduce an ethical reflection tool that we've been working on over the last couple of years. Just to acknowledge our authors on the papers that we've been working on, the papers presenting the work on this. So we're a team of researchers with different backgrounds in ethics and nursing and medical sciences, as well as our public contributors, which you can see in the pictures here. Nemo and Yasmin, who has been working on this with us, and they have a background in forced migration and in PPI work. And, well, I didn't need to tell you what PPI is, because we already had a very good presentation on that. But this is the concept that we're using as well in our work. And a couple of years ago, in our research group, we started working with PPI, and we were quite new to it. And the project that we started with was a project on trauma support for young refugees. And we found this method to be new and exciting and a very inspiring method to work with. And we could see easily that there was a lot of potential in working in better ways with research than we had done before. But we also quite early on encountered a lot of issues, I would say. We struggled, and we had to solve things as we went by. So we also quite early on decided that we wanted to do research on our PPI work, which is the basis for this presentation today. And parts of it focused on the ethical issues that we encountered. And I'm very happy that we did that, because I think that there was a lot of learning in trying to look at the outside from our work, at the same time as we were doing it. So I took on the role of evaluating our PPI work, while a lot of our colleagues worked with the public contributors. So there was several levels of PPI and PPI evaluation work going on at the same time. And one of the concepts that we found important to include was epistemic injustice. And some of you might have heard about this. Epistemic injustice is described by Miranda Fricker, who coined the term, as a wrong done to someone in their capacity as a knower, right? And we found this very relevant when working with PPI with forced migrants or refugees. So there are different kinds of epistemic injustice. There's the testimonial injustice, where someone is not trusted or believed as a knower. based on prejudice around them, right? And then there's another concept called hermeneutical injustice, which is it can be described as sorry, I'm losing my English now, but it's more about not having the words or terms for describing your own experience. So leaving a group unable to describe something that an injustice happening to them. And we think that both of these terms can be applicable to working with PPI, with forced migrants and refugees. So when it comes to framing these specific studies that we've done around working ethically with refugees in PPI, we first leaned on the knowledge that we already have and problems for researchers to form ethical relationships with forced migrants. So there's a whole discussion going on around how do we work ethically with a group that is marginalized in society as research participants. And we think that this discussion also applies to PPI with refugees. And we also, as I mentioned, wanted to relate this to epistemic injustice. So if we want to use PPI as a way to increase justice, as a way to decrease epistemic injustice, how do we go about in doing that in a good way? We also related back to the values in PPI, which we have already touched on. Values such as justice or empowerment and equal partnerships. And we need to make sure that when we do this with groups that are marginalized, we need to do it fairly. But we're also looking back at the research ethics principles. So the researchers going into PPI work with forced migrants, they also need to relate back to research ethics principles such as protection rights. So there's a lot of things to balance in a good way. So we also looked at the concept of relational ethics. So when we looked at the ethical component of this, are we actually more looking at the relational aspect than sort of traditional ethics principles? Or And this is a sentence that we brought with us into this work, that participatory methods have potential to contribute to equality, but there is a risk as well that uncritically applied, they instead risk masking top-down initiatives. So we approached our initial sense of that there are ethical issues underlying here that we need to identify with this perspective, that we need to unwrap what's actually going on in these rooms. So we decided to empirically investigate ethical issues in PPI with forced migrants, and we did this using a lot of data that we had collected over the years of different projects, in different PPI projects with refugees. So the data that we had collected and used for this project, for this analysis, were longitudinal focus group discussions, where we had interviewed public contributors with a refugee background that had been involved in a project over 3 years. So we sort of tracked their experiences of being PPI contributors over years and see how that changed over the involvement. We also used behavioral observations and questionnaires, where we observed PPI meetings and looked at sort of what is actually going on in this meeting, who is talking, who is not talking, who is asked, who takes their own initiative to contribute to the discussion, and when a decision is made, who is actually active in contributing to the decision. Are the decisions made within the meeting, or are they actually made somewhere else? So trying to unpack the different dynamics going on. And in addition to that, we looked at communication materials, sort of WhatsApp conversations and those kind of things. So to see how the communication was going on in these collaborations. And a lot of field notes, researcher notes. And we used thematic analysis with an ethical lens to look at this. And I'm actually going to go through the findings one by one. So we found a few themes. One of them was that the balance that I think most of us are aware of between participation and protection, right? So there are different values that need to be balanced against each other. So we found that treating forced migrants as a vulnerable group can actually inhibit their autonomy, seeing examples of researchers trying to protect the public contributors rather than giving them an opportunity to participate on the same terms as everyone else. This is not an easy task. We know that this is a topic that is relevant in all PPI work, but seeing in the context of this being a marginalized population, we saw at risk that researchers actually treat these groups as more vulnerable than they should be and inhibited them instead. We also found a lot of examples of non-inclusive communication strategies like scientific jargon, which is also common in most PPI work. But in this case, we also looked at language interpretation because a lot of our participants or our co-researchers here were not Swedish-speaking and not English-speaking either. So we used language interpreters, which added an extra layer of ethical considerations. Also, and this might be different between different countries, I would think, that the regulations around payment risk excluding the most vulnerable people from involvement, and it's very tricky within the Swedish legal system to pay people for PPI work if they are not, if they don't have a residence permit, for example. So we could see that researchers risk excluding those who might have the most important voices to contribute with, simply because it wasn't possible to pay them. We also found, looking at the PPI meetings where we observed decision-making processes, that public contributors actually risk being excluded from partaking in decision-making, simply because researchers were so used to doing things in a specific way, and it wasn't obvious to everyone when the decisions were actually made. So this was also reflected in the focus group discussions, that the public contributors there actually didn't see themselves as decision makers. So we share our experiences, but researchers decide what's useful. And finally, a component about trust, which I think that we all recognize to some extent. If trust is not established, the public contributors do not feel safe sharing honest input. And this was, I think, one of our strongest findings, that in our longitudinal focus group discussions, the public contributors were able to tell us by the end of that project, oh, we did trust you guys back in the beginning, but now we can say that we do. So back then we just told you what you wanted to hear. And the researchers were not aware of this in the beginning, which really says something about the need for the trust-building exercises, but also for researchers to have this awareness that how can we actually be sure that we've been establishing a trusting relationship here? So what we did, and I'm gonna what we did with these findings was that we constructed an ethical tool which builds on the PF framework, and we did this with advice from the public contributors with a background in forced migration. So we developed this ethical tool, which is a reflection tool to be used in groups, in PPI teams. So in the beginning of a project where you collaborate between researchers and public contributors, you use this team for a collective reflection on ethical aspects and on the collaboration in itself. And it's a formative tool, so it can be used in the beginning and then repeatedly to reshape your collaboration, make sure you don't miss any of the important things that are going on that sort of otherwise risks leading to ethical issues. And it looks like this. It's submitted for publication, and I think that we'll be able to share it, well, hopefully quite soon. We don't actually know, but hopefully quite soon we'll be able to share the article describing how we applied it to a specific project that Georgina will tell you more about. But the idea is to have a framework that you can hold in your hand, and you can make sure that you discuss these issues within your team to not miss any important components that will put you in the researchers and the public contributors in sort of ethical, difficult situations throughout the project. And we've been testing this in the project that Georgina will tell you a bit more about.
Yes, thank you, Ellen. So I'm not going to speak so much about the tool, but give you an idea of one of the projects where we've been testing this, and it's been an iterative process. So our colleague Anna, whose PhD is performed on this project I'm about to tell you about, has been using the tool over the last few years, and it has grown and developed as a result of that. But we thought it would be nice to illustrate the kind of work that we do in our group. So I'm going to talk to you about this project. This project, the workshop process I'm going to talk to you about is published. So if you're interested to find more details, there's a QR code on the screen now. So the purpose of this project was to co-design a psychosocial support service model for refugees in Sweden who have been affected by gender-based violence. And this is our team. So in the photograph, you can see me and the PhD student Anna together with our survivor co-researchers. As was noted earlier by Martha, it's very important that you decide on the terms together. So our women who've been participating in this project decided together with us that that was the term that they were most comfortable with, that they were our co-researchers and they were all survivors of forced migration and gender-based violence. And throughout this project, we've engaged with a number of services and societal actors. I won't list them all now because I will talk about how each of them have been engaged throughout the presentation. So first I want to take you through our co-design process. So we started very much with a blank page. We understood from qualitative research that was done by other researchers in Sweden that there was an unmet need for this group in Sweden, that the current service structure was not meeting the needs of refugee women who'd experienced gender-based violence. So we needed to understand this and define the problem and see what is it that we want to do about this. So the process started with monthly meetings, and that was primarily Anna and with our survivor co-researchers. And they were discussing, well, first of all, the terminology. We needed to establish a shared understanding of what is gender-based violence, which experiences are we trying to address with this project. But also, what are the issues and which actors do we want to engage in this process? So actually, we gave a long time to this first step. So this went on for over 12 months. These meetings, and throughout that process we believe that the trust was established between myself, Anna, and the survivor co-researchers. Once we decided on which services we wanted to engage, together with our co-researchers we decided that we were going to engage with them one-on-one. So we had a series of what we called service-specific workshops. So you can see a photo from one of them here, where the co-researchers and Anna and the service representatives came together. And we took a system dynamics approach, thinking, okay, where does this service sit in the wider system of support? Which other services do they collaborate with? What enables referrals or access to this service? What blocks access or referrals? So we were trying to kind of map the bigger system and understand issues as well as strengths, because we might want to leverage an existing strength in this project. And once we had done that with a series of different services, and these were a range of services, there could be clinical services, it could be community support. So for example, in Sweden, people who have migrated to Sweden have the right to go to a course called civic orientation, where they learn about the Swedish system and Swedish culture, and that becomes an important space and platform for this group. So they were involved, as well as clinical actors and other services. And after each workshop, Anna created an accessible summary of the issues that were identified, and some strengths, and some ideas that had naturally been generated in those first workshops. And then these were shared with everyone, and there was an opportunity to reflect and give further feedback after the workshops, because ideas kept forming and being generated, and it was helpful to see the summaries on paper for people to then bring those ideas even further along. So that was our first stage of the idea generating. We then had a joint full-day workshop, so a big group with all the services represented and our survivor co-researchers. We came together and we started to think about our vision. What do we want to achieve? And we did this in the format of developing a logic model. So we had a huge logic model template on the wall. So we were thinking, what inputs do we need? What activities do we want to do? What outcomes are we trying to achieve here? Of course, that was a lot of ideas that came in one workshop. So then we had to refine this, think about what do we want to prioritize, and the intention was to take action on this. This wasn't just an idea generation project. We wanted to do something afterwards. So we had to make sure that this is something that we could move forward with. So there was a period of refining the logic model and specifying our activities and roles for the next steps. And we did that together with everyone in the process. So here's how it came out. So first of all, to talk about the perceived needs. There were many needs, but what we saw, a fundamental need at the kind of more public health level, was a need for safe spaces to acquire societal information and to be able to, if needed, connect to services or possibly peers, because some women were not ready to connect with services. And I say this is a public health approach because this was not just about reaching those women who may be in need of support, but actually to reach everyone so that we could lower the threshold on being able to talk about the societal issue. That if we reach people who then in the future meet someone who's experiencing this, we've got a community awareness and resilience that we can foster, so then people can advise others on how they can get support. So this was something that we thought it was very important. We can do something about this. But importantly, we identified that, well, taking the system approach, if we encourage more women to seek support, these specialist services at the top of our triangle need to be ready to receive them. And one of the issues that we saw was that there were specialist services on migration trauma, and there are specialist services on violence trauma, but actually there were not many who felt confident in addressing the dual experience. So that was something that we wanted to address. So this is what we've been working on now. So a community-based help-seeking intervention. I'll tell you a bit more about that soon. And a psychosocial group support initiative. It was important it was believed to be important that this was delivered in a group format to help foster normalisation and some social support in the process. And importantly, there had to be outreach from the specialist services. So the specialist services needed to be demystified among the group of women where we were doing the kind of community-based work. They needed to meet, well, who is it that I will be referred to? So, our community-based help-seeking intervention, we have decided to start in the context of the open preschool. So these are services in Sweden for parents of young children between 0 and 6, and they're free services. They focus on the child and the parent. So there's a built-in parenting support component to these services. And they are believed to be well regarded and trusted in the community. A very important aspect is that there is no need to register for these services. You do not need to give your name. You do not need to give any identifying information about yourself to access this service. And they are in the local community, often in the kind of like family central building. close to supermarkets and libraries, so they're easy to access. It's a low threshold setting, and we believe that there's a fairly high level of trust in this setting. And they were already running their own version of civic orientation because they saw that actually mothers of young children don't get an opportunity to attend the formal civic orientation courses. So they were starting to do this themselves in this setting, and they were using what we call picture vignettes, where they would have pictures similar to the ones you see on the screen, where they could generate, so it would be participant-led discussions on what they need to know about Sweden. So we have, as part of this project, developed images which then can be prompts to start talking about gender-based violence. And the staff are receiving training on how to take these conversations and how to refer on to relevant services. So this is a collaboration with Uppsala Commune, who runs the open preschools in our local area. The National Centre for Men's Violence Against Women are helping us with developing the advice and also the training for the open preschool staff. And on the right-hand side of the screen, you see it's a manual for a psychosocial group support intervention, which is being run by the Swedish Red Cross. So they were one of the actors who they have centres for supporting people who've had traumatic migration journeys. But until our project, they had not felt equipped to also work with women who'd experienced gender-based violence, particularly if that violence was ongoing. So they've been piloting this with, now they've opened up their referral process just in one of their centres for now, and they've been piloting doing a group intervention with these women. There were some more ripple effects, so that's where we directed our attention, but actually some of our other actors who were involved wanted to do things too. So the civic orientation classes are run by the County Administrative Board, and they wanted us to conduct a survey with the staff at the civic orientation sites, and with that we're assessing the readiness to respond to violence within the service. So we've done that survey, so that's under review for publication at the moment. And we have the ambition to actually do this for language school teachers and interpreters too. Another actor that was involved was Information Sweden, who they have a website which hosts information for people who've migrated to Sweden. And they had a page on violence, but it was quite underdeveloped. So through our project, they felt like they learned a lot about what is gender-based violence, what services are available, how can this be phrased in a non-stigmatizing way. So they have actually developed their website even further as a result of this project. So here's where we're at now. So we've been refining the images, and we're developing the training for the open preschool staff at the moment. And then we're just about to embark on something called theatre testing, which is a pre-implementation method for seeing how the intervention materials will be understood and perceived by the target audience. So we're using our survivor co-researchers to reach people on social media to tell us, what do you think about these images? How would you feel if these were presented to you in this context? So we're doing that, and we have one more publication, which is not the findings yet, but we've written a perspective piece on this method and the pros and cons of using theatre testing in this context. So if you're interested to learn more about it, please read that paper. And the pilot testing, like I said, it's already started with the Red Cross for the top of our triangle. But for next term, we're going to start pilot testing the Open Preschool Initiative. Yeah. So back to you, Elin.
How are we on time? Yeah, good. Thanks. I just wanted to check. Okay, so I'm not going to continue for much longer, but bringing back to the tool. So the tool, the ethical reflection tool that we developed. we use this along this project. So early on in the project, we used the tool to set the common terminology, for example. So this is where we used it for deciding on what gender-based violence is within this project, for example. So that's one aspect we used it. And then about once a year, we revisited the tool, which led to changes in the project. So one way of using this tool is to look at what we decide on last time. So the first time we used this ethical reflection tool, we took notes. We decided on structures on how to work together, on the terminologies, on the concepts that we use together, on how we communicate with each other, for example. So should we communicate on WhatsApp, and should we send out an agenda 4 days before the meeting, etc. Those kind of things. So very practical things, and also on what the project is actually about. So it's a lot of different things within this tool. And the purpose of doing it within this project was both to test the tool, but also we found that it worked quite well. So it helped the project team in their collaboration and in deciding how do we work together and what is this project about. So our conclusion, and this is just a Swedish handbook that we printed on around the tool and how to use it, and we're planning on developing that further as well. The conclusion, I would say, on using the tool within this project is that it helped us form the collaboration into something that was mutually beneficial for the researchers and the public contributors, the co-researchers in this project. And we're planning to try to develop this tool further and test it in other projects as well. Soon, hopefully, there will be a publication out. So anyone who is interested in trying to use it is obviously either welcome to contact us already, or we can share the publication when it's ready. Yeah, I think that's it for us, right?
Yeah, we wanted to leave enough time for questions and reflections.
Thank you for a really wonderful presentation, and just so fantastic to hear about the work in Uppsala. So this is a question, Georgina, for you. Just when you brought everybody into the big group, so where you had your survivors and all the other people in that big group, in that big meeting, how did you manage the power issues? And do you have any tips for the rest of us thinking about bringing different people together to share knowledge and experiences and managing those power issues?
Yeah, that's an excellent question, and we did harbour some hesitation about that part of the process. And thinking back to the early days when we were reflecting with the women about how they wanted to work with us, to come together, there was a reason why we decided to do one service at the time at the beginning. It was too overwhelming. The idea of being in a room with all of these services, some services that were not considered helpful to the target group. So there was some difficult dynamics that would potentially play out in the room. But by this stage, because this whole process took years, so by the stage that we wanted to bring together the thoughts from the different workshops, we asked our co-researchers, how should we do this? And they wanted to bring everyone together. By this stage, they felt ownership of the project. We could see how empowered that they were. And they actually felt they had a better overview of the whole project than each of the different services, because they'd been involved in every single workshop. So actually they came into the room with a confidence. We still were strategic about where we sat people, about making sure everybody had a voice in the room, that people didn't overtake. And I'm not going to say people, of course there were some moments of frustration, because we were also holding up a mirror to services to tell them how they were not functioning. You are not meeting a need here. So that there were some frustrations in the room, but we handled them. It was to do with the facilitation. I was so pleased to see that you have a dedicated space to talk about PPI facilitation, because I think that's really important. But I would say I think it was the time investment and the fact that the women felt ready by this point. If you went through that process too quickly, I don't think it would have worked. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That was really interesting. I'm really interested in your use of the logic model. So that's something we use a lot in research in health promotion. It's the first time I've heard of it being used in that way, with the PPI contributors actually feeding into that logic model. I'm just wondering how that worked in practice and what the final outcome of that was.
Yeah, another good question. So, yeah, I work with logic models a lot. It's one of the things I lecture on as well at Uppsala University. So it's something that's kind of within our common practice as researchers. I do think it was really beneficial to sort through our ideas that were coming up and to ground them in, well, how will we achieve this? Do we have the inputs required to do these activities that people are saying they want to do? And what do we think we're going to change? So I think the logic model is a scientific concept that's used in the scientific world, but actually it can be really accessed in an easy way, and it helped us sort our thoughts and challenge, okay, so yes, you want to do that, but what inputs would that require, and could we achieve that in the room? No. Okay, so let's think of something else. So I think it really grounded our thoughts. We thought about, we did it in different colours, and we had different Post-it notes that represented the different colours, the different parts of the logic model. So we tried our best to keep it focused and to understand, help everyone understand the purpose of the different boxes on a logic model. I'm not going to, it makes it sound like we came out with this beautifully illustrated logic model at the end of the workshop. Of course, we had many, many Post-it notes where ideas were repeated, or they were not quite in the box where maybe they should end up. So we needed to put a lot of time to refining it. But I do think it was a really useful tool, and I would. I think it's a fantastic idea. Yeah. I think it also brought in. It was part of the reflection from Eilín's work. So I also worked on the project that Eilín was evaluating. And the decisions being taken outside the room was something that really kind of came out. And it was an idea how to bring, we thought about, well, what would we take from the workshop? And us as researchers, what would we do with that? We'd want to put it into a logic model. Okay, but can we not just bring the logic model into the room? So it was kind of a way to blend those kind of that service thinking, the research thinking, and try and kind of work together on towards the same purpose. So yeah, I think it worked really well.
I love the way you went at the right pace for the participants. My question is, how did you plan with the services for them to take on board the outputs from the work in their timeline? So it's aligning your project plan with their strategy or their planning processes.
Yeah, very good question. I actually hear a couple of questions in there. So the budgeting of the project was a challenge in itself. So we managed to secure funding for the PhD student from the beginning. So we had her time, and that was fundamental. She has been the driving force of this project. I really want to credit her hard work. But then we got one of our funding organisations in Sweden offers planning grants. And so we actually got one of those. So our first process, the first 12 months that I explained, that was funded by a planning grant. So that, I think, was a good foundational grant to get, because we didn't have to, it was okay that it was unknown. That we could just articulate the societal issue that we were trying to address. And then once we got through that planning grant, we had enough kind of information about the direction we were going into, then we managed to secure a project grant. So the funding has been in pieces along the way, and we've just submitted an application to get funding for next year after our pilot. So you always have to kind of think one step ahead. So that's a challenge in itself. In terms of the pace of, engagement of services and pace of services, again, we were so pleasantly surprised by the engagement of these services. But we think it's because they saw this issue themselves. So the open preschool educators we're working with, they described women turning up to the open preschool with suitcases, ready to leave their home environment because of gender-based violence. So they acknowledge, we don't know what is the best thing to do. Are we creating more harm than good? So the services we were working with already had identified the challenge, but not how they were going to address it. So they were grateful for our initiative. So I think that helped with the engagement. In terms of pace, they move quickly. Research is slow. They work really quickly. So the Swedish Red Cross, as soon as they were like, yes, we will open up our referral system, we're ready to take this group, we're going to do it. We're like, do it. We're not ready to research it yet because we don't have ethical clearance, but you go as a clinical initiative and we will try and keep pace. So that's very much how it is. And again, with the open preschool, the pace is that they're a bit more understanding, I think, because they've already been involved in research processes, so they know that we're a bit slow. But yeah, it's about understanding what can go ahead as a clinical initiative and what parts do we want to really evaluate. It's been a balance, but our collaborators we're so grateful. It's been a really fantastic project. Yeah.
If there's no more questions, I'll just pop up to the podium to ask mine. This might be easier. But Elaine, on the work you presented on, and one of the quotes that really struck me was 3 years is not enough. It took us 3 years to really realise what it is that we're doing, and the 5 years, and kind of reinforces the message of sustained involvement that we're all really trying to achieve, against the odds. But the move from your PPI contributors and how you did that evaluation piece, which is so important to add to the literature and review the impact of what's been happening and create the framework, etc. But that move from PPI partner to research participant, it can be difficult at times to explain the difference between you are now an extension of the research team, we're working in collaboration to really tell me how this was going, what worked well, what didn't work well, we're doing data collection here. How did you manage the difference and that transition?
Another very good question and a very, very tricky thing to manage. And I think that was one of my main challenges in doing this project. How did we manage? Well, so when we looked at evaluating PPI, we looked at several different projects. So that was one project. For example, the observations that we did, behavioral observations, we did those across several different projects, and we were very clear on the role that we had. We tried to be very clear on the role that we had when we came in. So in that case, both the PPI contributors and the researchers became research participants the moment we stepped in to observe them in the meeting. So we were also very clear on me then doing the observations, being an external person coming in and then just stepping out. So I did not have in those observations a role of being involved in the projects or anything like that. So, and being very clear on the equal role between researchers and public contributors in that sense. But the tricky thing was then the longitudinal study where we did focus group discussions across a project. So we also worked with different researchers doing different things in this case. So, for example, another researcher came in to do the focus group discussion. So we were clear that this is just about talking about this project in order to make it better, etc. And this is different from the project that we're working with. But in all honesty, I think that this was probably not perfect, and we did as good as we could in trying to explain the differences between the talks that we had with them as PPI contributors and the talks that we had with them as research participants, and especially in trying to having different researchers doing different things. So we didn't try to mix up the roles between these are the collaborators and, in this case, your research participant. With that said, no, probably not a perfect way to do it. We had a lot of discussions between our different PPI projects, whether we should use a PPI evaluation and doing that within this project and not. And often we have chosen not to, just to avoid confusing the roles, because we find that very, very difficult to do, to be honest.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Khadija. And I'm sorry you're not with us in University of Galway today. We have 40 people within the room here in the Institute for Life Course and Society. John is also sitting upstairs to connect in virtually to this. And we'll just give Ellen one moment. She is doing double jobbing today. So we might just start off with our introductions, and as Ellen comes back into the Zoom room, we can connect her in. I see her there, so I'm just going to pin her. That was a fast transition, Ellen. You did very well. Now, Ellen, would you unmute yourself? Can we hear you?
I'll try, thank you.
Yes, fantastic.
Yes.
Wonderful. Wonderful. If I could just remove myself now, we'd be doing great. Excellent. So here, just to let everyone online know what we can see in the room, we can see Derek, Kirsten, John and Ellen on the big screen. Thank you for waving, and you're very welcome to virtually be connected to us here in University of Galway today. So we've had a lot of discussion in person this morning and connecting in with our engaged collaborators online, but looking at the different perspectives of PPI, kind of looking at it from an Irish perspective so far, and then we had colleagues from Uppsala, Elena and Georgina, speak to us just there around a co-created tool they have created with the migrant community around ethical reflections and involvement, and really highlighting some of the excellent work happening in Uppsala. So we decided to next go into a panel discussion and an online panel discussion. We couldn't get, and it's not convenient to get everybody to University of Galway. It can be hard to get to Galway from Mayo, sometimes, never mind from the United Kingdom or from Switzerland. So we said we'd have a hybrid approach for this, so we hope it works well. What we're really doing here is listening to different voices from different regional areas to hear and discuss kind of what's happening with PPI where you're all based, and I suppose kind of to have that panel discussion and to tease out some of maybe the challenges we're facing, some of the solutions, how we can go about, broadening the diversity of voices involved in involvement, and really kind of elevating what we're doing at that international level. So I'm going to ask each of you to please introduce yourselves, maybe sharing with the attendees online and in person where you're based regionally at the moment, and telling us briefly about some PPI work you've been involved in, so whatever you'd like to touch on. So Derek, you're up first in my screen, and I'm really excited to say Derek is actually an honorary professor from University of Galway, so he's well used to standing at this podium and other podiums here in Galway, as well as the extensive work he has done in the United Kingdom and many other areas. So Derek, over to you.
Okay, thanks very much. Yes, I've been in that room, so I can imagine you sitting there and looking at the screen. So thanks for making this journey today. Very briefly, I'm Phil Gensler. It's now 30 years ago, which I can't quite believe. But so that I kept up my patient public involvement, it wasn't a deliberate act, but I had a mini stroke on my way to Galway about 18 months ago. I've since been fitted with a pacemaker and I'm on statins. So I've had more money spent on me than I ever put in to the health services. So I have got no complaints whatsoever. I've been involved in many aspects. My current interest is really in methodological research on the research methods. Quite simply, if we get the research method right, benefit. And I'm sure we'll talk about some of that. That's enough for me.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Derek. Kirsten, we have you up next on our screen, and we're delighted you're joining us from University of Bern in Switzerland. And Kirsten is the PPI lead and in many other roles within the clinical research department in the University of Bern. So you're very welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me. So our PPI program is about 2 years old, and it relied quite heavily on the experience of a clinical trialist that heads the Department of Clinical Research. She's Australian and a medical oncologist. By training, I have a PhD in technical communication and rhetoric, and I consider myself a rhetorician of health and medicine. That's my area of scholarship. So a firm background in the humanities, where we draw from social science research methods, qualitative methods. I bring that up because those, I think, are often conflated when we work with investigators who are oftentimes clinicians, and they think PPI is qualitative research. And so I have a lovely visual that's in our forthcoming edited collection on implementing PPI. PPI in Switzerland and clinical trials is rather new. It started in 2018 from the Swiss National Science Foundation. And this, I can't see the audience, but I hope you all are sitting down. There is a PPI preparatory grant that investigators can apply for in the next month and a half with their letters of interest for submitting full submissions for clinical trials. So they get 5,000 francs, which is give or take 5,000 euros, that they are allowed to use to pay PPI contributors. We use that term, PPI contributors. I remember the slide at the beginning, there were so many different terms that were used, and we prefer PPI contributor. In Switzerland, there is a network of patient experts that are UPATI trained or UPATI Switzerland trained. We tend to really focus on the second P in PPI, members of the public. And we have what I call good clinical practice light training that we provide our PPI contributors in our multilingual country, where they have 4 national languages, and we typically put all of our PPI materials in 3, Italian, French, and German, and then also in English for working with investigators. So the PPI program that we have, we work primarily with Inselspital clinicians, that's the Bern University Hospital, and our program's grown pretty well over the last, I would say, 2 years with different work packages, research, and engagement with our PPI contributors. And I do think it bears that we kind of adopted an Australian model because our director is Australian, and we run a 45 PPI contributor panel, which we kind of draft into different clinical trials. And the PPI contributors are paid when they are trained. It's a flat fee for module training, and then they are paid hourly for their PPI contributor work. And I work with investigators in ensuring that that is budgeted for over the life of a clinical trial, which is 3 to 5 years in Switzerland. Okay, that's a big overview, but you said I had 4 minutes, so I think I took them all.
Absolutely. Thanks very much, Kirsten. A lot covered there that we will touch on as we go forward with the discussion. Really interesting to see the approach that's taken and how it has worked so well within your clinical trial infrastructure. And I know there'll be a lot of colleagues connecting in today that'll be really eager to hear about that. So thanks for touching on that, and we might get into that deeper as we move along. Next up we have John Gaffey. John is a very valued player and team player within our team here in University of Galway and the PPI Ignite Network, spawning across both entities, and we're delighted to have John on the panel today. John has lots of experience in involvement through working in the PPI Ignite Network, but also having done a lot of work as a PPI contributor previously and a youth as researcher. So John, you're very welcome.
Yep, thank you very much, Martha. Thank you for having me. As you said, I really started my PPI journey as a PPI contributor in 2018. I was in a public advisory panel for the PPI Ignite Galway office, and I was kind of there championing youth voice. And as I've developed and I became more involved in PPI, I've been very lucky and very happy to join the PPI Ignite Network, where a lot of my work now is to do with kind of, as Adele outlined in her overview of the network, that kind of shared national voice. That's around communications and kind of being able to communicate to the public about PPI and our work. And also in kind of providing support to researchers and PPI contributors to find each other through our Opportunities Notice board and kind of stimulate involvement through that device.
Excellent. Thank you very much, John. And last but not least, Elaine, you've transitioned very well to upstairs, to the office space. So thank you for sitting on the panel today and sharing your perspectives as someone who has recently completed a PhD and embedded PPI practices throughout, and also sharing your perspectives, of course, of the work happening within Sweden. So if you'd like to, briefly introduce yourself, Elaine, and say a few words.
Thank you. I'll be happy to. And you've just heard a bit about my work, but I can mention that my background is in nursing. I've been working with migration and health for a few years, and both in the general healthcare system and in human rights organizations providing healthcare to people who don't have an easy way of legal access to healthcare in Sweden. And currently I have a postdoc position at the Department for Public Health and Caring Sciences at Uppsala University, where I do a little bit of work on migration and health, but also PPI work on preschool age children, 3 to 5 years, looking into potential ways to include younger children as co-researchers in health research projects.
Fantastic. Thanks very much, Elaine. So you all now have got to know our panel, our fantastic panel of different people involved in PPI. So the first question that we might have a discussion about as we embark on this discussion, on this piece of the session, is what does public and patient involvement and shared decision making look like in your area? So from where you're sitting, where does that shared decision making come in under the PPI banner? Is there anyone who would like to volunteer to come in first here?
I'd be happy to, Martha, that's all right.
Yeah, fantastic.
Cheers, fantastic. So I think it's an important question and maybe a very timely one. To do a bit of promotion, we're going to be actually discussing this topic on May 1st at an event here in ILS. And I suppose within the PPI Ignite Network, our main source of the voice of the public and patients comes from our PAB. And it's important to remember, I think, that shared decision making can vary a lot in terms of the size, I suppose, of the decision. I mean, it's shared decision making to all agree at a meeting to take a break and go for a coffee. But maybe for a very specific example in the work that we do comes from when we started doing the Public Advisory Board over 2 years now, a few years ago now, I believe. Where we wanted to create a terms of reference, and maybe to explain the terms of reference is a document that's agreed on in a public advisory group to set the tone and maybe some of the behaviours that we want to enshrine at our meetings. So we met with the group, and I think what was important is that we wanted to have the terms of reference be a collaboratively made document. So we didn't come in with a template, for example. Instead, we met as a group and we decided what values and what behaviors we wanted to uphold when we had our meetings. And it was also important that that document was something that could be revised in future. So we have had meetings recently, only this year, where we have relooked at the terms of reference and decided, well, does this still apply to us now? So it's very much an iterative process. I also think as well of our steering group. So our when we started our PAB, we decided that we wanted 2 members of the PAB to be on our steering group. And the initial idea was that the PAB members would rotate. For one meeting it would be, however, person A and B, and then maybe it would be B and C. And so we tried that for a few months, and then we came back to the PAB to review that. And we asked them, do you think this still works? Here are some other options that we can maybe do instead. And it was the PAB's decision that actually they would have preferred, and they would prefer going forward, to have the Public Advisory Board members on our steering group would be a fixed position, that there was 2 people and maybe a third alternate who could come in. So for me, shared decision making from those 2 examples is something that is made in communication with both parties, but also is something that can be revised and changed. And you always go back to your contributors to see if their thoughts have changed and if things have worked out as they were planned.
Excellent, John. They're really good examples, thank you. And the PAB that you're referring to is that Public Advisory Board that Edel Murphy showed earlier on the slide, the different faces of the different people involved in that board. So thanks very much, John. Ellen, would you like to come in there next on that idea of shared decision making and what that looks like from your perspective, or maybe your institution where you're based?
I wanted to start with sharing a reflection about the different kinds of systems that underlie PPI work in different countries. And I think that something that struck me listening to the presentation this morning and also listening to you, John, is how different the sort of national and institutional systems are, and how that contributes to different ways of working with PPI. I think that obviously we look to Ireland as an example of doing this in a very good way, and the PPI Ignite Network is something that my impression is function as something that is very supportive of different kinds of researchers wanting to work with PPI across Ireland. And we don't necessarily have that same sort of system in Sweden, so there's definitely been an increase in interest in working with both with sort of PPI in research, but also public involvement and shared decision making in healthcare, for example, across the last decade or so in Sweden. But there's no like central organization that sort of supports researchers that wants to do this. And I think this is something that can really move the Swedish PPI work forward in a way of supporting researchers and forming a way of agreeing on concepts and at least sort out a bit of the misconceptions that are going on when it comes to what PPI is and could be and why you should do it, for example. So one of the things that is ongoing is that we have a strong trend of citizen science in the natural sciences and environmental research, for example, and it's often a little bit confused with how we can work with PPI and the differences and similarities between those different ways of doing participatory work in research, for example. So these strong national networks is something that I would encourage in developing in the Swedish context as well, and that could really move true participatory work forward. So when it comes to what it looks like in the Swedish context right now, that means that there are sort of pockets of PPI research in different universities and different institutions that are necessarily not in contact with each other. So they would use different terms and do PPI work in very different ways. And there are a lot of very interesting and valuable and meaningful PPI work ongoing, but we are not necessarily learning from each other in the way that we should. So one example one example coming out of that is that there are a lot of different ideas on how to think about ethical approval, for example, when it comes to working with PPI that are seems to be a bit complicated in the Swedish context, and different researchers have very different ideas on how to position against the law of ethics when it comes to research. So we could learn from Ireland in that sense.
Thanks very much, Ellen. You've covered a lot there, and you've mentioned citizen science, and it would be amiss not to mention that April is Citizen Science Month, and we're delighted to be hosting this event during Citizen Science Month. So PPI, Citizen Science, Participatory Research, we all fall under the engaged research umbrella, very alike, and lots of similar values and pieces of work happening amongst all of those different methodologies towards research. So it's excellent to be here during the Citizen Science Month together. And you say learning from Ireland around the ethics. We've taken a lot of our learnings from the United Kingdom in terms of that the national infrastructure for the network in Ireland was very much similar to an approach that took place in the UK and the NIHR. And we're really fortunate to have gone that way. But a lot of the things you've touched on in terms of different pockets of PPI happening in different ways across your country and your university, and maybe not being aware of everything that's happening. We also have here, which is, I think it's excellent that we can have an environment where all pieces of involvement are very welcomed, and I think that's why we really like the spectrum of involvement, and to be able to map the different activities happening and at different levels of that spectrum, and not have anything higher in a hierarchy, that it's all very much relevant, and once that meaningful piece is there, that it's really important. So I see, Derek, you have your hand raised. You're very welcome to come in there, Derek.
Just a couple of things.
Yes.
Thanks for the points that have been raised so far. Really, really interesting. First of all, the UK didn't do it right all the time. The UK just did it earlier, right? But we made some mistakes. We set up an organisation called Involve, which we've just reflected on, and I'll put the link to it in the chat box later. One of the difficulties was we created Involve to have the answers, whereas what's going on in Ireland through Galway's role as the PPI Network is it works firmly in partnership. Galway is not trying to be the answer. So we got into a terrible state where we didn't know sometimes what to do around certain things until Involve had spoken, which was crazy because we thought there was one answer. So the fact that we're all working in partnership, as Ellen said, learning from each other is a healthier way. And I think that healthier way in Ireland is also reflected on the way that they've put people in all of the academic institutions. So there's a professor somewhere in Trinity College who's got a kind of responsibility for looking at patient public involvement. So they're embedding it within their organisations. We never achieved that in the UK. The news, when I'm finished with the last thing, one of the best things is the last couple of years, we've signed with major organisations in research, from regulation to funders, to all those acronyms that we all have for organisations. And we've signed them up to something called the shared commitment. It's got us closer to what John was talking about, that shared decision making. And I think that's something that Ireland and other countries should look at. I'll put it in the box and send it out in a minute. Then last thing, just take a little. We talk about what good looks like. I know what bad looks like, where I'm ignored when I walk into the room, where I'm spoken to rudely, where decisions are made somewhere else when we come to the meeting and it looks like we've made the decision and you know it's been signed and sealed beforehand. Part of our problem, I think, is we think because we've arrived at the table that everything's going to be fine. That's only the beginning of the fight. Sorry to be controversial.
Derek, we love the controversial. That's where we get the learning. So thanks very much for sharing all that and popping that in the chat. And really good points. Thank you, Derek. Kirsten, would you like to come in there and speak about maybe shared decision making or what PPI looks in your area? And I suppose we've been kind of touching on organically through those conversations, maybe if there's any national approach to involvement within Switzerland, if you'd like to touch on that. Not that that's too much to ask for. There's a lot in that. So
that's okay. So we have the Swiss Clinical Trial Organization. It's an entity where PPI activities are supported, not financially at the moment, but we're moving, I think the country is moving towards funding a platform for patient public involvement. Right now it's kind of delegated to the education platform, which makes a lot of sense because training and competencies are a huge part of PPI contributor activity. But I want to talk just maybe about, I guess, what we do departmentally, because I like to say it's kind of where the rubber meets the road. No investigator that I've had like a one-on-one consultation with over the last 3 IACT cycles, and I just had the first consultation yesterday, really knows what PPI is. So I do a lot of terminological or definitional work where I say, there's a very distinct dividing line between what I call pre-research and research. And pre-research is PPI. And the line that divides them is explicit informed consent, where you go from being a PPI contributor on one side and you cross the line, you give your explicit informed consent, and then it's research. So I know there's been some research on research. Even you spoke about that. Your presentation was phenomenal, by the way. And so we have also the Swiss Clinical Trial Organization put out some funding calls for research on research. I'm involved in one, and we're basically talking to investigators, trying to figure out what's being told. Because, like I said, my director has 30 years of experience as a clinical trialist and medical oncologist with PPI. But in Switzerland, it's really a relatively new phenomenon. Before I came to the University of Bern, I was a professor of writing in Chicago for 15 years. So I really adopt, I would say, using plain language or plain English, using plain language approaches for clear communication is extremely important, even with investigators. And so in the consultation I gave yesterday, I just said, you need to know what PPI is so you can effectively employ it. And I do consultations, say, from this stage to when they have the full submission for their trial in November. I will meet with them probably 5 to 6 hours each. And I work with, last year I think I worked with 4 investigators pretty closely. We're getting decisions pretty soon. But there's research on research that's supported to understand, to assess the PPI. I adopt, and my approach in the program is essentially, good clinical practice says, document it or it didn't happen. And so I'm very keen on systematically collecting PPI contributor feedback from the PPI contributors. So we started last summer, and we're going to pilot it this summer. It's a REDCap database, so an open source REDCap database for systematically collecting feedback from PPI contributors. We hand over kind of the shell, and the investigators and their teams have to use it to collect. So we really don't allow them to outsource any of the admin to us. We don't do that, but we do advisement on the PPI. And I really do think, speaking research on research and systematic approaches to collecting, I really think that it's creating a solid foundation for knowledge about PPI in Switzerland, which is, if you think about the linguistic regions, you can almost say it's 4 linguistic regions. It's like 4 different countries. So it does have structure at the national level, and then I'm in close contact with my contemporaries at other Swiss universities, and they're phenomenal. I wish we had kind of the Irish approach at the moment, where you want this uniform kind of representation of PPI nationally, but it's so specific contextually to being in Canton Bern, where I am, versus being in Vaud, the French-speaking region. It's very different. but for shared decision making. So I really think the REDCap database will provide a foundation for documenting and then making decisions after you systematically collect it. I'm hoping for that. We'll see what the results are over the next couple of years and hopefully publish those. But we typically, when I advise any investigator, anyone about PPI, they'll ask, what do you think? And I'm like, it doesn't matter what I think. You've got to ask your PPI contributors. And so primarily what I do is to repeat the message over and over again. Your job is to create the space for influence for the PPI contributors. You don't have to make the decisions. In partnership, you're going to do that, and it takes time. One of the fun things we do, and I don't know if it's shared decision making, but I think it informs trust, or it provides a foundation for that. In Canton Bern, they really like after-work aperos, where you'll have alcoholic and non-alcoholic drinks. There's a lot of surgeons that attend those. A lot of fruit juice is drank, not a lot of wine or other spirits. But I think that builds, what do you want to call it, like goodwill capacity, I guess, to establish kind of the foundation. So we've actually also really invested a lot of even budget into developing a social aspect of being on our standing PPI panel. I think it's important. I've enjoyed the work a lot, and it is part of the work. But it's also, I think that the PPI contributors on the panel, we've gone through, we're starting the third cycle, they're knowing how to voice using a mix of their experiential knowledge and a little bit of, clinical research knowledge, basics. They're able to, the term, Elin, you used was like hermeneutical injustice. I don't know if I said that right, which was really fascinating to me because that's all about not like language translation, but knowledge translation, right? Essentially getting to describe your experience in a way that is understood by the experts, however you want to define that.
Fantastic. Thanks very much, Kirsten. There's a lot happening in your university and within that Institute for Clinical Trials. It's a lot of learning there, and to hear how the panel is now on its third iteration and that idea of sustained involvement, it's really, really successful. You mentioned fruit punch. I suppose to put the Irish context on that, what we would do here is tea and biscuits is really important. For those meetings, we could maybe drink up to 10 cups of tea a day in Ireland. So it's really important for building relationships, so that as you've said, that social piece and actually having a conversation and being the human first, and then into your business of the PPI. I suppose as we're on this online, Derek, you come in before we go to the next question, please.
Just to follow up where Kirsten's coming in. It's so important, that social aspect of it.
Yes.
And especially as we go online more and more, because I've missed out on the chat over the water cooler or over the coffee. Because we're experiential levels in this, we've not got on a course as such. And it's the light bulb when you shine when I talk to somebody else. So just my plea is, when we go online, sometimes arrange to meet for 10 minutes beforehand with a coffee, and then 10 minutes at the end. Is there anything anybody just wants to have a chat about? Because for us as patients, that's often it's not the business. We're not there for the business. We're there for the social as much as the business.
Absolutely. Thank you, Derek. Really, really important. And that really ties in with the next question around what role does digital engagement, so this idea of our PPI moving online, what role does that play in making PPI more accessible? And I suppose kind of tying it in today for that international PPI piece, but also for remote contributors, for inclusivity, for people who might not be able to get to Galway, for people who may be immunocompromised, who wouldn't like to be around others. How can we have remote involvement, but keep those relationships building, and as Derek and Kirsten have touched on there, really make sure it's meaningful. And there is scope for relationship building and getting to know each other, and having a simple conversation, the art of conversation, is really, really important. So any tips or ideas there could be really helpful, guys. Derek?
I've seen more people of colour from diverse backgrounds since COVID than I ever saw attending a meeting in person in London or Galway or Dublin or Manchester, wherever. The places opened up. I also see less fantastically long titles. So when we go online, I see we're all just Derek, Kirsten, John, etc. Whereas I go to a meeting, Professor so-and-so, such and such, and then a whole lot of initials. So I think there's something that has made this a really rich space, but we have to do more to go into communities to make those first steps. People are finding the way in, but there's more we can do.
Absolutely. Thank you, Derek. Kirsten, you have your hand raised as well. Would you like to come in there?
Yeah, because I spent most of my career before Switzerland in the classroom and taught many students with various disabilities, that I think that, and this is what I impart during the consultations and guidance that I provide, is that essentially you want to provide an array of ways that are synchronous and asynchronous, where you can provide feedback on something. So for example, in-person meetings, for a host of reasons can be easy to arrange, yet difficult for attendees to make it to. We'll just say life happens, right? So what I typically advise, just to give an example, is that, one of the requirements for the, I think it's ICH E6, the revision 3, is that basically you have to have a plain language lay summary. I say plain language, I think, because that approach is more easily applied than just a lay summary, which is a product. And I'll say, to turn down any potential discomfort or anxiety or feelings about sharing, because Switzerland's fairly hierarchical when it comes to physicians and patients and whatnot, and dare I say, perhaps paternalistic. And so to provide PPI contributors the opportunity to think through the lay summary and answer specific questions about it, they can do those in writing ahead of time, and they can sit and they can be quiet if they want, if they can attend. So it's varying the modalities where individuals are allowed, PPI contributors are allowed, and being able to systematically capture those, whatever it looks like. So we, in fact, actually, our PPI panel, I don't know all the demographics offhand, there's a fair amount of people, I would say, under the age of 30, and there's a fair amount of people over the age of 70. And so we send things by post a lot and ask them to return it, meeting the PPI contributors where they are.
Fantastic, and it's incredible to hear of so many young people on your PPI panel as well, because sometimes in Ireland we have found it difficult to reach the younger voice. We need to get out into the younger communities more so than we have been doing previously, speaking personally anyway. So that's really
the payment is a good incentive. They signed an agreement with us. They know they're going to be paid for their labor. So
yeah, absolutely.
I think that's nice.
and such an invaluable voice and contribution. So well worth it. John or Elaine, would you like to come in there around that online engagement, online involvement?
Yeah, absolutely, Martha. I think it's something that's really interesting because I suppose I was involved in PPI prior to COVID, and so when we worked then, it was an in-person group. I think there was maybe about 10 of us, and it worked very well, I think, for a group that was itself regional in scope. And then when I kind of came on board the PPI Ignite Network and I was working in the national office, that's a larger scale, and the transition that was made to online online meetings was definitely hugely beneficial. I mean, it can't be denied, especially in terms of the kind of range of people who we could engage with from multiple different backgrounds and different regions of the country, be it rural or urban. I think particularly we've over the last year we've introduced new PPI contributors, one of whom lives off the west coast of Ireland, and I can't imagine having ever gotten to hear his voice without that. At the same time, though, there's kind of it really is a double-edged sword because there are multiple, I think, specific areas where digital engagement doesn't work nearly as well. I mean, you can take with people with intellectual disabilities or people with speech and language difficulties like aphasia. These are, I think, instances where online engagement doesn't work nearly as well, or it needs to be adapted. I think it's probably more accurate to say it needs to be adapted to fit their needs. And I think that the advice given by Derek and by Kristen are very good. And I think the key thing to remember is that when choosing between online or in person or hybrid is to have that conversation with your PPI contributors because they'll know what best works for them. They'll know what best motivates them to keep coming back and to keep contributing. And if that means having an in-person meeting once a year, who people may be able to attend, maybe not be able to, that you're flexible enough to offer that in-person meeting in a hybrid way, I think that's really beneficial as well.
Brilliant, thank you, John. I think really important points you've touched on there, and that idea of that involvement online can't totally replace the in-person activities, and as you've mentioned, some specific instances there, so to check in with the particular people you're working with. Derek, would you like to come in there on something John was talking about?
I wonder if Helen wants to come in, and I can wait. Go on, Helen.
Okay, thank you, Derek. I have a very short point, and I just wanted to add to what John said, that there's really some valuable potential in offering, and as you said as well, Christian, in offering several ways to be involved. And I think that's the point, that it has been really important for us in our work when it comes to digital or remote public involvement. When it comes to our refugee public contributors that we worked with previously, they were very clear on wanting to meet in person because they value the social aspect in getting to know the researchers as human beings and not just, strictly professional researchers. Having food together, all those kind of things was formed as very important. But then we hit the pandemic and we had to move online, and that sort of altered our communication. This was a group that we worked with using language translators, language interpreters as well, which turned out a bit difficult when it came to group meetings online. But then again, there were also promising things about it. So we talked about research being slow, right? And most of the times it is slow, but then sometimes some things have to happen really fast, right? So in that sense, we could send out things, and I'm talking about different projects here, but we could send out things through on digitally and get responses quite quickly and have those kind of both intense sort of deep work going on together where we met in person, and we could do that for when we could manage to do that. But then we could have this sort of digital involvement on shorter notice and being able to actually include people in decisions that couldn't wait until the next meeting. So a mixed modality is quite important, I would say, and adapting that to the population that you have, and that will look quite different when it comes to between different groups.
Yeah, absolutely, Ellen. That idea of that parallel mode is really, really useful. So being able to connect in with people out of the regular scheduled meetings to get that, as you said, sometimes it moves very slowly, but then at times it moves very fast, and to be able to get the input is just invaluable. With the European funding happening, and I suppose with multi-site clinical trials as well, it's great to have the opportunity to create international PPI panels for different projects where they may be funded through Horizon 2020 or Wellcome Trust, with different countries involved to have the insights of the lived experience from each. It's been really helpful in that capacity and that online contributions. Derek, you are very welcome. Come back.
Yeah, just I think what I have noticed with the online world is it's become more about the purpose of involving us in these meetings. So they want to have something reviewed. So we talked about the advice, comment, attitudes, etc. The difficulty with that is it becomes transactional in that it's to just help the researchers with their work. Nothing wrong with that. But where's the quid pro quo? Where's the I've got something I can learn? Because I would argue that I'm a better patient. Now, my clinicians might disagree with me, but I ask better questions when I go for my meetings with clinicians because of what I've learned from research. And the simplest one of all of it is, if we all on the line say it's about everyone getting the best evidence-based care. The best evidence-based care for my throat cancer was voice box removal. My clinicians didn't do that because they were active in research. They triangulated between their experience, the best evidence, and me in front of them. So, in all of this online, what is it I can learn about how you do the research, about the research you're doing, about the science behind it? It has to be for mutual benefit. John talked about motivation factors. We're always missing. Before I start on this, what would you like to know about what I do? Because that opens the conversation.
Yeah, brilliant, Eric. Really, really, really valuable. And it's how do we avoid that? And we speak so much about meaningful involvement. And I don't think that transactional piece we're talking about here is even tokenistic. I think it nearly occurs accidentally, where we just come together, we meet for the hour online, and it's down to business and it's off we go. And as you've said, there's so much that we're missing through that approach that it can't be replicated.
I think it's the fact, Martha, that I'm kind of neither fish nor fowl these days.
Yeah.
But it feels like researchers want to fit us into your world. Here's the agenda, here's the meeting. And I've always got to become more like you. Whereas actually, I want you to become more like me. I want you, and too much of it is, put me on a committee, put me on this application. And what I want is, I want your application to be in the community. I want you to come and meet the people I know. And the danger in all of that is that you just get people like me who are white, old, retired, professional. So I've got a pension. I can afford to spend some time with them. So how do I challenge me to find people who are not like me? And that's the real challenge these days.
Absolutely, Derek. And here's the agenda, here's the link, here's the calendar invite. Even a calendar invite alone. I don't know anybody outside of in a working capacity who uses calendar invites. I would never use one in a personal capacity for meeting a friend or going to a local GAA match. So why would we think that that's even an approach to take? Of course, people can't find links when they're hidden in calendars that they don't use, that aren't appropriate, that aren't applicable. So we need to get outside of thinking as researchers, and you're completely, everything you're saying there, Derek, is it's great to keep us in touch with reality, keep us honest, and keep us getting out into the community. And, having those pre-meeting conversations, things like that, post-meeting conversations, just trying as best as we can to replicate what we would have been doing in person. And as you have said, working with people in advance of the grant application submission. If you want me to sit on the steering committee, was I involved in writing the proposal? It's a very, very valid question as for any PPI partner. So that idea of We know a lot of the decisions are made at the very beginning, getting people involved as early as possible. And I think Derek has touched on that diversity question there, and how do we as researchers ensure that we are getting out to the population, and beyond 7 Marthas sitting around the table to give PPI input, or 7 Dereks or 7 anybodies. How do we really try our best to have that diverse population around working with us? And I suppose my question to you, and maybe if you could share any learnings with us, is how can we ensure that PPI is truly inclusive and representative of diverse communities? And just to mention, we had a question earlier around representation within PPI, which is really important, with that idea that when you have a panel of 8 people, it's impossible to be fully representative of the full patient population, or the full population living within that country at that time. So how can we diversify what we're doing, reach out to the communities?
I could start.
Yes, please, Kirsten.
Yeah, I think that, inclusiveness and diversity, it's all about belonging and ensuring that individuals who decide that they want to be PPI contributors or patient experts and form a partnership with a researcher, is that, you leave space for what belongingness means to them. I will say that some of the most profound feedback I've seen from PPI contributors wasn't shared verbally during what we call like a panel meeting. It's like a focus group, but it's not research, where they meet with clinicians. And I think, Martha, you spoke about something that's really interesting, is that what space in the research landscape, theoretically or realistically or practically, does a PPI contributor occupy as it relates to a researcher? And you spoke about sending an Outlook invite, a calendar invite. You wouldn't do that with a friend. You would remember, right? But it crosses this line where it's the personal health, anything health related is life, but maybe researchers, and I'm saying that, to go along with what Derek was saying, that essentially seeing it from their perspective, that it's not a one and done kind of thing. Like, I'm very fond of saying, if you're driving a car and your brake lights are out, you don't know until somebody tells you. So these conversations with researchers and working with, the courses, like we just launched this PPI for Clinicians course. It was 1 day, I think it's 1 ECTS, still gathering and making sense of the feedback, but really kind of dislodging this clinical approach to research, where it is this, and it's, again, if it's not completely obvious, I have a background in the humanities where, when I speak with physicians many times, I have to remind them that the person that you're asking for their assistance, besides the payment that they get for their time, if they choose to accept it, you're going to get a grant, and you're going to become a full professor in Switzerland, and you're going to get all of these different benefits. How does this benefit the individual? And usually they're like, well, they should, not usually, it's just 2 investigators over out of, say, like 30 that I've worked with, and they're investigator clinicians. They're like, well, they should want to do it for altruistic reasons. And I asked them, I'm like, well, what do you get paid? And you get paid, right? So it's this gray area where it's, what is the relationship? And I have no answers for this, for sure. This is something that's negotiated, I think, between the researcher and the PPI contributor. Like the term you want to use, if you don't want to use PPI contributor, like in Elin's study, they wanted to use co-researchers, right? It's important that you leave that space, that room for influence. And the only thing that you can really do, I think, from my perspective, because I'm working with the investigator clinicians, is continue to reiterate the message that you are treating people. These people are here to help you, but you do not use them. It is an agreement. This is the agreement that they make. This is the scope of work that they've agreed to. This is the compensation or the remuneration that they've agreed to. And that clearly defining that, it's not like having freaked out with a friend, right, where you just kind of show up. It's like it's different. I don't know. I have no answers for that, but I think it's an interesting thought.
Yeah, very interesting. Thank you, Kirsten. Derek, I think is going to come
Kirsten, I love that idea of you wouldn't know your brake lights are out unless somebody tells you. That's just beautiful. I'll use that, thank you very much. It's just fabulous. I was doing some work on surrogate endpoints and the use of surrogate endpoints. But I wasn't looking at those, I was actually looking at the guidance for reporting and recording research, spirit and consort, for those who know. So it was not just methodological research, but surrogate endpoints and the guidance on those. So it's a far way away. I got 14 people, I think it was 15 people, to come to a meeting. 5 of them were of non-white backgrounds. How did I do it? Because I emailed them personally or I phoned them up. They were people I'd met. I spoke to them. I told them what I was doing. I told them, look, don't worry about this too much. It sounds bloody awful, and it is bloody awful. But what I'm interested in is not about what they are. What I want to talk about is the risks and benefits of using these. And when we talk about that, the field is open. So you can do it, but it just means getting off your chair and going out and speaking to people. They're not people who live in a different world. They are neighbours, our friends, colleagues. So sometimes we go, oh, it's too difficult, or it can't be done, or people have tried. They haven't tried hard enough.
Yeah, brilliant. Thank you, Derek. And that is fantastic, really impressive, the 15 group of people that you had and how you made that really interesting and of relevance to the 15 people who came in, the risks and the benefits. That's what means something to somebody who's at the end point there, really. And as you said,
I think too often we think that to involve them in methodological research, they have to understand about methodological research. It's not, it's about what's the dilemma? What's the opportunity of doing this? What's the difficulty? What's the tension? If we develop this drug and it means this, there was a drug for motor neuron patients which made a difference to the patient. When they woke at 4 o'clock in the morning, their carers were just exhausted. So the trial did some good, but actually was bloody awful.
brilliant. I often use that kind of analogy for myself. If I ever feel what I'm about to do is too complicated to explain, I don't understand it properly myself, or I'm not explaining it right. So, and you have to sometimes look deep in yourself and figure these things out, and that's where it is, where the learning comes from, and that's where you can really enhance and bring forward the involvement. Would anyone like anything else there around that engagement and diversity before we move on? Elaine, yes?
Yes, I can add something.
Thank you.
And I think that the main points on this have already been brought up, and I completely agree with the actually bringing in diversity, considering that in PPI requires active work, that you need to consider it. That is not something that is automatically going to happen, that it's actually the opposite of that. So you need to actively consider and know the community and what is meaningful diversity when it comes to this specific project. So, for example, when we've been working with refugees, it looks kind of good, right? So we've been involving refugees in this kind of work, but actually that requires a lot of consideration around the group of refugees, which is obviously a diverse group. So I wouldn't necessarily say that we, and I'm considering one specific project in mind, but I wouldn't necessarily say that we managed to get a representative sample of the group of refugees that exist in Sweden in this specific project. But the voices of refugees were represented through some people at least. So there's always like another level of knowing the community that you work with and to consider what is meaningful diversity like within this specific population. But I also want to sort of strengthen the point that several of you brought up about benefits. So it's very easy for us as researchers to see the benefits of having having these collaborations, but we might have to reconsider what the benefits would be for this specific population and have that discussion with them. I think that's definitely key to involving and working together with people that might have very different motivations to doing this, and having the discussion with them what would be meaningful for you. It might be to have something to put on your CV. For example, I've done work with this research group, or having a reference, for example, that's been very important for some of our collaborators, being referenced when they're applying for a job, which they didn't have before, prior to working with us. So that's something that we could contribute with that's really substantially good for them.
Brilliant, and I really like what you're touching on there in terms of the meaningful diversity, and so whatever research you're looking at, or whoever the population are, who are least served there, who have the worst health outcomes for that particular condition, and how do we find them and bring them in? It's so important. So really delving deep into what it is that we're doing and how we're going to find the people who have the insights to support us. So I've asked a lot of questions, so I'm going to open up the floor to our attendees in person and also our colleagues online. If anyone has any questions for our panellists, please feel free to pop them in the chat online, or if anyone in the room has a question that you'd like to direct to a particular member of the panel or to the panel in general. Is there anything you've heard this morning that has ignited some interest? Yes, we have some questions over this side of the room.
Hi, thanks so much for a great panel discussion. I just especially Kirsten, when you were speaking about what Switzerland are doing and how we're trying to make PPI uniform, similar to Ireland. And I suppose for myself, I'm working with In4Kids, which is the national hub of Connect for Children, which is a pan-European collaboration that's looking at getting clinical trials into each of the EU countries. And part of that is actually trying to make PPI uniform throughout that as well. And they're also working with the European Young Persons Advisory Network, trying to do this. So I suppose it's just as well, how aware are we of all the other organisations that are trying to do similar things to us? And how can we work together to kind of connect, support each other and collaborate so that we're not kind of pushing at the same door but not realising that others are doing the same thing, and how can we make sure that it truly is uniform and that each organisation is doing similar things and is, for example, if you're having issues with payments, but whereas Connect for Children and EYPAGNet have kind of sorted that all out and we're able to pay our PPI contributors, how do we ensure it's uniform so that, there's not saying, one organisation can do this, why can't the other organisation do it, and just similar things like that.
So to the panel, could you hear that question okay?
A little bit. I think I did hear it, so if I get something wrong, and it just occurred to me that our faces must be so huge in that room right now. So I'm going to take a step back now. It just occurred to me. I will say that we had a PPI so the E for Engagement symposium, that's a cancer organization that's funded by the Swiss government called SAC, along with the Swiss Clinical Trial Organization and representation from the Swiss National Science Foundation as well, in November of last year. And there was a lot of talk about professionalization. So I don't want to get bogged down in all the acronyms, the PPIE, the PPI, they want to have PPPIE now, patient professionalization, all of these things. I do think that education and certifications are really tied to that. So is it 5 ECTSs, what you have, that module on PPI in Galway was actually my first introduction to PPI in Europe, because you have such a robust program for PPI. The training certifications, I think, are extremely important to getting people paid, and also meeting with the investigators early. I will tell you that the medical curriculum at the University of Bern does not include they're not all going to be clinical researchers, right? But knowing how you can use qualitative approaches to elicit systematic feedback from a large population, whether it's patients or whomever. So I guess what I'm saying, two things. Number one, the professionalization is helpful with PADI certifications and whatnot. The references that Ethan spoke about, that would be phenomenal. I've never heard of that before. And also incorporating it into education. We did a year 3 medical student program, which was very time intensive for us and for the medical students. We called it Clinical Trials in Action. And they basically spent 2 days with my PPI team with consultations. We talked about our research. We talked about the foundation of our PPI program. So I think that can be helpful. There's not, I think, a simple answer to that, except if there's a larger movement to support paying PPI contributors. But I think the arguments are all there. If you look at any union organization, they'll have a lot of language around being fairly compensated for labor.
And if I could jump in there, Martha, I suppose kind of a point of, not clarification exactly, but I suppose when we talk about PPI in Ireland and searching for a uniform PPI, I think that that's not necessarily the case. And anyone can correct me if they disagree, but I see a huge amount of diversity in the approaches to PPI and how it's done. And what I think more myself at least is that what we're looking for is uniformity of values in why we approach PPI and why we involve members of the public in our work. And I think that as the person who questioned brought up about this difference of different organizations having different rules and different policies, I think that the value of the diversity is being able to learn from each other the different policies that work, policies that don't work. I think that, and I think someone just mentioned in the comments, kind of over-regulation or kind of trying to regulate PPI in a uniform way may not be a benefit to us in any way.
Brilliant, John. Thanks very much. And I completely agree with what you've said there around the approach in Ireland, I suppose in particular through the network and how we do the work, and that not to lose the uniqueness, as Imelda has mentioned in the chat, to having a structured formal approach. And this is the only way to do things. But I know, Kirsten, in Switzerland, it's different. That training building blocks need to be done by your PPI partners for the payment, so I completely understand where you're coming from in that context, absolutely. And Derek, would you like to come in there?
I do worry about making PPI a methodology. It's a process, it's a whole set of conversations.
Yeah.
It's about inviting people to say that your brake lights don't work. That doesn't mean that I necessarily want to be a car mechanic. I was just passing the car not on. So the idea of recognizing things like making a policy, having a governmental line that says PPI is not qualitative research, it does not need to go through ethics. Some of that regularization can be very, very helpful. I've put a little thing in the chat about the STAR competition, which is Ireland's wonderful, stunning, brilliant means of inviting children to be researchers. They're not playing at it, they are researchers. They research a topic, they go through the research process. You're going to meet them if you've ever get a chance. Turn up on the presentation day, because young people from 7, 9-year-olds are talking about bias. They understand what research is. This is all about opening the doors. And if you wonder why we should be opening these doors, it's public money. By taxation or donation, it's all of our money. Research can't be determined by a group of people who think this is what we should be studying. So for me it's about power and making sure balance is truly important.
Fantastic, Derek. Thank you very much. Has anyone else a question for our panelists? Lorraine? We'll go to our colleague at the back, and then we'll be down to you, Lorraine.
Hey guys, this is just a follow-up from something I said earlier. It was over in the US, they've started implementing systems like Qualtrics so that every time a patient interacts with a service, they are asked for feedback, and you provide your quantitative and qualitative feedback on that service interaction, and that's rolled up to wards and hospitals and regional health authorities or groups. You mentioned earlier that Australia started calling patients consumers. Is there anything from customer experience research and the processes and tools that are used in customer experience research and design that could be used more effectively in the health space if we consider patients more like consumers?
Is there anyone who'd like to come in on that?
I have a short opinion on this.
Okay.
So, because PPI is not research, I think the key number you're going for is creating space for 5 to 7 voices. And the reason why I say 5 to 7, so I have a background in user testing and technical communication. And Jakob Nielsen is kind of a famous user testing expert. He says you're going to catch about 80% of what you need to catch with 5 users. And then it's an incremental increase after that. So I don't know if that's a consumer approach really, but if we can just assume that there's a connection between being a user and being a consumer, I think it can possibly apply. And I will put some info, I guess maybe a call out there for if I know, like at the University of Limerick, there's a lot of technical communication there. I studied there a long time ago for a short exchange, and I know that there's some individuals there right now. I think Yvonne Cleary is her name. She's in technical communication. She does a lot with plain language approaches. And that, I think, jives completely with consumer approaches. So basically using language that's accessible for who you want to reach out to. But I think TechCom approaches are really helpful for if it's a medical device, for example, testing a medical. I'm in clinical research, so I stick with those examples. But I think, yeah, within Ireland especially, I can't speak for Sweden necessarily, but definitely within Ireland, those TechCom folks, they are well equipped to use PPI practices, I think.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Kirsten, for a great response. I know HICWA are doing similar in Ireland, and the patient councils within the hospitals are trying to get more integrated into the patient surveys and things like that that are taking place at that national level within each of the regional CHOs. So, but it's a work in progress. Derek, would you like to come in, and then we can go to maybe 2 more questions in the room and close, because I'm conscious everyone is ready for their lunch. But Derek.
I think there's a difference from the speaker's point of view there about the questions. So, as a patient 30 years ago, when I was asked how many cigarettes I smoked, I always lied, right? It wasn't until after I got cancer that I became a bit more truthful about it. But in terms of the consumer, in our treatments, research is one of the most powerful choices we get to make. Because I wouldn't choose between not doing the radiotherapy or having the radiotherapy. That was advice I was given. So I don't have many choices when you've got a serious illness. But taking part in research is a choice. And I'm allowed time to think about it before I give my consent. So in that sense, there are things we always need to look at in terms of how the consumer reacts and responds to
Excellent. Thank you, Derek. That's a really good analogy. The choice piece is so important. And Lorraine, have you a question? So we can. Thank you. Super.
Thanks, everyone, and thanks to the panel. It's really, really interesting. I just wanted to ask maybe particularly Elaine and Georgina about their study. The women involved in the study, was it the same group all the way through, or did you have to deal with people being in and out, and how does that, impact research? And then just a short follow-up one would be about how can researchers consider the social or the emotional or traumatic impact being involved in a research study may have for the participants. They attend a meeting or whatever, but then they go off and they might be dealing with personal emotional impacts of being involved in the study, just not to take that for granted. So do you have any ideas around that? Thanks.
I can respond to a bit of that, and then Georgina might be able to fill in if she's available. I can't see her.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, maybe you can take that. You were involved in the study more than I was, and so on at least.
Maybe I start, and then you might have something to add. So there were a few questions in there. So in terms of the composition of the group, the women who joined the project at the beginning stayed with us all the way through, who you saw in the photo, but actually we have grown a little bit, and that was because the project grew and the focus shifted. So we identified a need to have a voice from someone who had experience being a mum in Sweden with a young child when we'd started working in the open preschool context. So that's when one new member joined. We also are now in discussion about, so the civic orientation classes delivered in the open preschool are very inclusive, so they are for people who've fled to Sweden, but they are also available to people who are new to the geographical area. So it might be that they've moved from the north of Sweden down to Uppsala. So then we thought that there was a need to have a Swedish woman who had the experience of gender-based violence. So that person has also joined the team. So we've kind of grown, and it relates to what we were saying about it's not necessarily about being representative, but just ensuring you have the right voices in the room. So we've grown. Very important question so we talk about trauma-informed and violence-informed PPI, and we are still learning about this. I think this is probably what you were going to reflect on, Elin. Maybe you would like to say something about our new network soon. But just to say that the PhD student working on the project, Anna, who I mentioned earlier, so she reached out to see what's already been written in this space. And there is a team in Australia who's written a framework for violence-informed PPI. So she has used that to consider, and it's very similar to Elin's tool in that it opens up a narrative to talk about this might happen, and you are not expected to recount your personal experience of gender-based violence or the traumas you experience on your migration journey. That's not why you're in the room. But if the stories come out or others can be triggering, then what is our plan? How will we deal with this together? So it's having that kind of open narrative at the beginning before those potential issues might surface. So it is something we're actively thinking about and trying to be really conscious about. And Elin, I think it would be nice if you said a little bit about our margin network, maybe.
I can mention that. I'm just going to briefly dip into the concept of participation versus protection that we talked about before. And it's very easy as a researcher to go in and want to protect people who have experienced trauma or violence before. But actually, if we look at a lot of the accounts coming out of trauma and violence-informed PPI, it's an action. It contributes to the resilience rather than to harm. If you do it the right way, and that's always the case that we come back to. So I think that in this project there were good examples of the women saying that this actually helped them to take control over the narratives. They were very aware of that they could share things if they wanted to, and they did not have to tell anything about their personal experiences if they weren't comfortable doing so. So that's one thing. And We also, when we sort of explore this field of trauma and violence-informed PPI, we've also been very aware of secondary trauma among researchers, for example, if they hear about this. So we're early phases on this. We're trying to work this out, but we have examples of researchers in a group working in different projects, going to senior psychologists in advance, for example, to just make sure that they are not affected by this. And I'm not sure how you have actually worked with this in this project, Georgina, but the one thing that we feel is important and that we consider to our project is that there are people who have worked with trauma in different capacities, like psychologists and nurses as myself, who both worked with trauma patients before, and medical doctors who are also prepared to have people get a professional contact if that's needed, based on things that are coming back to them during work. And yes, I also want to mention a network that has just been funded, that we have started, funded by Swedish public funder. So it's a research network on trauma and violence-informed participatory research called the Margin Network, and the idea is to gather researchers at the first stage at least, who does some sort of trauma and violence-informed participatory research in Sweden and try to make sure to gather the knowledge needed in the Swedish context, and bring international knowledge from that field into the Swedish context, and create some sort of guidelines and support and a platform for shared experiences and also knowledge sharing, so that, making researchers less hesitant to venture into this and feel a bit supported in doing it in a meaningful and ethical way.
Wonderful, Ellen. I think that's a really positive note for us to end on today. It's really exciting to know that you have received that funding to create that network in Sweden, and we're really looking forward to learning from your work and your exploration in that area, because it's a really, really important topic, and maybe an underserved topic in the area of PPI, the trauma-informed piece. So I'd like to really thank each of our panellists, Derek, Kirsten, John and Ellen, for sharing your perspectives with us this afternoon on PPI, where you're coming from personally and regionally. And I think one of the the key take-homes is, although you're all based in different areas and coming from a different perspective to this, the similarities of the complexities and the solutions that we're coming up with in terms of really striving for meaningful involvement. And I suppose one of the heartening pieces here is that although it can be difficult, is the overwhelming essence that it's worth it, that it's impactful, that it's always worth it. So we really, really appreciate that. We are going to be breaking for lunch now. If you have a final word, please briefly come in, but I'm conscious of people's time and your time that we have gone over. But if you have anything you'd like to share before we close, please feel free.
Just to thank you. Thank you for your excellent moderation. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Kirsten. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, John. And thank you, Ellen. Brilliant. Thanks very much, everyone. It's great to see you all back from your lunch, and it's great to have our colleagues connecting in online again. You're all very good and very timely. I'm delighted to introduce Thomas now, who has come over from the University Medical Centre of Gronigen to present on the Science Shop and work that's happening within the School of Medicine there. So thanks very much, Thomas.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Marta, for having me. So my name is Thomas Wieringa. In the coming 20 minutes, I'm going to tell you something about my work, what I do in Groningen, in the Netherlands. So I work at the UMCG, which is the University Medical Centre in Groningen. And I think to put it in context, I work at the Science Shop, which is a way to involve patients and the public, so citizens, in science. And I hope after 15 20 minutes that it's a little bit more clear what I'm doing in Groningen. But first, it doesn't work, Marta. Can you help me?
Maybe you need to be a little bit closer. One sec. Try it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You're in? Brilliant.
Okay, so first something about myself. Because I was born in the middle of the Netherlands and Groningen is in the upper north of the Netherlands, that's just a detail. And my youth was about studying and playing football mainly. So I put a picture of me on my school and a picture that I was playing football. And I got my CV there. I won't go into detail for now, but maybe the most important to know is that I have a background in speech therapy and in health sciences and in epidemiology. And I did my PhD in Amsterdam, and it was about shared decision-making in the treatment of diabetes, type 2 diabetes and cancer. And I was a lecturer in epidemiology and biostatistics the last 1.5 years. But then I saw the vacancy about the science shop, and I thought I need to go for this job. And I'm going to tell you why I liked it so much. It was an offer that I could not refuse because for me it brought together a lot of things that I like in my work, but also in my private life. So I like to contribute to society, and especially for the more marginalized groups. I like to contribute to research and to the development of students. And it was also in my own region because I was raised in the north of the Netherlands, and I like to contribute to my region as well, but also to contribute to a better society academia connection. I'm now going to tell you how we do that, how we work on that. But first, it's important to know how we are embedded, because I'm working at the science shop for medicine and public health, but we got like 7 other science shops. So here you see a list of other science shops we have, and I'm the only one who is embedded in the hospital. The other science shops are embedded in the university, but we collaborate a lot together. There's one example of how we work together. So in the end, you might have a more clear picture of that. But the aim of the science shop is to bring science and society closer together. And here I have a more or less more exaggerated picture of that, because on the left you see it's a visualization of the society, and on the right you see a fortress. It's what I said, a little bit exaggerated, but a lot of people in society see like the research world as a fortress that is hard to enter. Despite the fact there are very interesting questions in society that keep being unanswered, which is a shame, because there can be very societal relevant but also interesting questions that are unanswered. So we try to be like let's call it a bridge. I don't like to call it a bridge because there is still a distance then, but some people say, okay, we are a bridge between society and academia, actually. It's a spelling mistake. It should be academia, by the way, and I tried to change it, but I didn't do it properly, so sorry for that. So what we do is actually we aim to answer those questions from society, so for citizens and from societal organizations for free. And how we are going to do that I will let you know in a few minutes. So this is how we work. You see that we try to collect research questions from society, so from citizens and societal organizations. When we receive these questions, then we are going to check whether this question is adhering to the criteria that we use for the science shop. Because if they don't adhere to the criteria, we cannot handle the question. I come back later on what kind of criteria we are using. But after we check the criteria, and if they adhere, we are going to answer the question for free, and we can do it in 2 ways. So if the knowledge is already available in the literature, then we do a literature scan, and we are reporting the answer to the questionnaire. If the knowledge is not there yet, then we set up a project. And when we are setting up a project, then we need to take 4 steps. So the first thing is we need to clarify the question. What kind of question does the questioner want to answer? That's the first thing. It's not on the slide, but it's the first important step. Yes. And then we are going to find a student that can answer the question by conducting the research. And by conducting the research, the student will receive points. So they can use it, for example, as an internship. And often this is the case, but it can also be incorporated in a course, for example. But most often they use it as an internship. And it can be like different educational programs where the student is coming from, depending on the question that has been asked. Then the next step is that I'm going to supervise this student. We have a space with 4 computers where students can sit, and I encourage them to sit there at least for 2 days a week to work on the project, to learn from other students, to learn from the experts on our department, so they feel like they are a valued colleague of us. And then we are going to report the results to the questionnaire and also to publish the report, because we receive funding from society, so we feel like we need to publish everything open access. That's important for us. So these are the steps. And now I'm going to get through these steps one by one, but I try to do it quickly because I only have like 20 minutes in total. So we collect research questions passively or actively. Passively means that people are sending me an email or walk into my office or call me. And actively means that we are also going to organize activities. So for example, when I'm back from Ireland, we are going to go to 2 homeless shelters to see what people that have no home face with regard to their health and their health care. And I think in the panel discussion is also called that it's important to have patience. So we go there without that we want something for the people. Sometimes you don't get anything out of it, it's also fine. But at least we take the time to get to know like what's going on with the people. Do they have questions? And if not, then it's okay. But if they have questions, we can help them out. So that's mainly the purpose. And I'm also two days a week affiliated as a researcher. And I do research in misunderstood behavior, so people with psychosis. And from there, I'm also in contact with a lot of societal parties, and they sometimes have questions for me as well. So then we check the criteria. The question should come from a person or a societal organization that doesn't have the resources or access to research. So the question stays unanswered if we wouldn't be there. They don't have the resources to go to a consultancy desk or something, for example. It should be a societal relevant question, which means that a group of persons should be able to benefit from the knowledge that we generate. So it should not be a question about, I have a pain in my knee and do you know what it is, for example, because that is focused on the individual. It should really be about a group of people that can benefit. There should be no commercial purpose by the knowledge that we generate. That's an important one. And the answer should be practical and feasible to find for us, because we don't have a budget at the science shop. We do it for free because the students use it as an internship. So it should be feasible to carry out the research. Then the student, we can also find the student passively or actively, because some students email me with the question whether I have a project for them. But if this is not the case, then I'm going to put a vacancy on the sites where students can apply for an internship, and then they apply, and I have a talk with them to see which student is the best fit for the role. And I think I forgot to put the educational programs there. But the educational programs are medicine, psychology, sociology, epidemiology, and movement sciences and dentistry. So these educational programs are affiliated to my science shop. Then I'm going to supervise a student. This is not that important. In the sake of time, I want to skip this slide. And then the report and the publication. So I think the most important is that the student writes a report, which is often also in the form of a thesis. So often there's only one product. And we are publishing open access. These are examples of questions that we recently received. So for example, what are the attitudes of residents of an elderly care facility towards a more plant-based menu? What are potential health consequences of wearing a neck float or seat float during hydrotherapy for infants? I never heard about hydrotherapy for infants. This is also called a baby spa. And this is an example of how we learn as researchers from society, because I found out that baby spas are very popular, not only in the Netherlands, but worldwide. And there were some warnings in the United States that a baby died because of wearing a neck float, but also one baby was hospitalized because of the neck float. And this is like a black spot, like a blind spot for researchers, because there was not many research done in this area. Well, it's very interesting, I think. So therefore, you see, it's a two-way flow. We learn from society, but also society can benefit from the knowledge that we generate. The third question is, what is the influence of making theater on the well-being of people who suffer from a psychiatric disorder and their loved ones? This was from a non-profit organization that offers courses and workshops in making theater for people with psychiatric problems. And they want to know whether their program is valuable to the ones who make use of it. And the last one is a respite home. So this is a home for people that have problems at home. Can be like anything. Can be a divorce, can be financial problems, can be a psychosis, and they need to get out of the situation. And they can stay there for 2 weeks, but they are building this respite house right now. Respite house, and they are going to open it in December, and they want to learn from the first visitors. And they asked us, like, can you help us to learn about the experience of the first visitors? Well, I got another example, but I think I run out of time if I show it. This is the most important why we exist, is I already told, like, society can benefit from the knowledge that we generate, and we learn from society. And the third thing is that future professionals in the form of students, they learn to conduct research, but also to conduct research which is close to society. So I think those are the most valuable points. And of course, indirectly, it contributes to the faith in science and to have a closer society-academia connection. So thank you. And if you have any questions or suggestions or any comments, please don't hesitate to email me. You can find more information in the link down. You can also walk in, but I guess you will not do that. So just email me is fine. Thank you.
Any questions or comments before we move on? Yeah, Gina?
Very interesting initiative. I'd love to set something up like that in Sweden. So one of your criteria was that there couldn't be any costs associated with the research question, which I could see as a barrier, because there's often project costs associated. To rely solely on student time is quite challenging. So what proportion of questions would you say are actually turned away for that reason?
Yeah, that's a good question. There are two different things. Like there should be no commercial purpose behind the question, but you mean like we have no budget, so it need to be feasible and practical, right?
Yeah, and I'm wondering whether that could be used to leverage securing funding, so that you can actually answer more questions.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a good question. So we try to be creative. So, for example, there was one question that we are probably going to answer by giving cameras to people that are homeless. And for example, we don't have the budget to buy cameras, like the cameras that you can throw away. But we contact, for example, Kodak, which is a producer of cameras, to ask whether they would be willing to sponsor us, for example. Or we try to find other creative ways. But the thing is, where's really a clear border is when it's like, in Dutch you have like two kinds of research with regard to ethical approval. You have like the observational studies and the studies that need really more ethical checks and everything. So that's more the clinical trials and everything. This is not feasible for us because the student projects are mostly 6 months, and like RCTs are taking way longer. So in that case, we are mostly doing observational studies, but I feel this is also enough to put this topic on the agenda and to have attention for this question. And then it's up to the other researchers with funding, can be myself as well, but yeah, I don't have that much time to do it, to take up this observational study to bring it forth to an RCT, for example.
So that places more emphasis on the dissemination piece then, to get your report out there so it's picked up. Very interesting. Thank you.
Fantastic. Thanks, Georgina. I think we have one more question, Thomas, and then we'll move on.
Actually, maybe you've already answered the question that I had. I was wondering, how did you manage the research ethics application for these projects, given that it's a student and maybe their experience of applying is not so extensive and the time frame? But I think you've answered that there is no ethical approval required for those.
That's really a good question, and I haven't answered it yet, because I'm now talking with the ethical committee to see whether they can make like a way for us to make it more practical feasible. Because now I apply like for every project an ethical approval, and it's a lot of work because we have 4 projects per half a year. So you can imagine every half a year I'm writing like 4 protocols. It takes a lot of time, and for me it's a part-time job, and I do it alone, the science shop. So we are now looking whether there could be an umbrella protocol that I can put like all the other projects under it, and it goes more faster. So we try to solve it that way, but we are talking about it right now. Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, so I'm delighted to be here to talk to you about the ENSPIRED project. So the ENSPIRED project stands for Enhancing Social Participation Across Ireland for People with Communication Disabilities and Differences. So I'm presenting on behalf of our team. There's a lovely picture of our team. So this project involved all of the universities around Ireland that deliver speech and language therapy programmes. And you can see us all there. So we have TCD in Dublin, Galway, Limerick, Cork and Ulster University. So for the next few minutes, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about the ENSPIRED project team, just the universities and also the partners, the aims of the ENSPIRED project, the public and patient involvement, which was a core component of this research project, a little bit about the work packages and our findings, and then the most interesting part is where we're going to move into a short panel discussion with Yvonne and Nora, who were involved in the research. Okay, so we had 6 community partners involved in this project, and these groups, these third sector community organisations, were involved as partners in the research. So we have the Irish Heart Foundation, the Stroke Association, the Galway Traveller Movement, the Alzheimer's Society, the Alzheimer's Society of Ireland, the Irish Deaf Society. And it's important to say that this project is funded by the HEA, so the Higher Education Authority, and it's a north-south project stream. So some of these partner organisations are from the Republic of Ireland and some are from Northern Ireland. So in total then we had 32 public and patient advisors involved in the research, and members of each of these 6 organisations sat on the steering committee with members from the different university sites. We also, because there were universities involved in this project, we set up an all-Ireland student network. So this was a student network to learn together about inclusive communication, about accessibility, and about making Ireland as a whole communicatively accessible for people with communication disability and difference. And PPI was a core learning component for the students in the project as well. So here you see the different organisations and how we're all interconnected together. So the circles show that intertwining, that collaborative working together across the research cycle. So in addition to the groups that I've already mentioned, we also had the support of the Royal College of Speech and Language Therapists in the UK. So they're the professional body for speech and language therapy in the UK, and the Irish Association of Speech and Language Therapists in the Republic of Ireland. Okay, so the aims of the research then, I mean the overall aim, and it's a big one, let's be honest, was to create a communicative, accessible society for all. So we wanted to establish a collaborative and sustainable network for universities and the partners across the island of Ireland. We wanted to explore the current literature and practices about communication access. We wanted to involve people living with communication disabilities and differences, and we wanted to identify barriers to inclusion for people with communication disability and difference living in Ireland today. And then finally, of course, to share our findings, to learn together about best practices in communication for everybody, from their lived experience, from the literature, from our experiences as researchers. And the ultimate aim then to create this community where, you know, communication wasn't a barrier, isn't a barrier for people living with disability and difference. So there were 5 work packages involved in the project. Here you can see them. One about project management, as you might expect. One about the sustainable network that the students were involved in. One about reviewing the literature. So looking at the literature, looking at the evidence base for best practices in terms of communication and inclusivity and accessibility. The work package 4, the one in green, which is the one that I'm really going to focus on today, and that's the one about public and patient involvement. Work package 5 then was about creating a conceptual framework, and there's interconnections between all of these work packages, and finally sharing our findings. And that's the stage kind of where we're coming to now. Yeah. Okay, so I don't need to go through this again. You've heard this several times today, but we really were very proactive in involving our PPI contributors across these 6 groups to be part of the decision-making process throughout the research project. And here you've seen this Irish Health Research Forum model of a spectrum of involvement a couple of times already today. But the yellow arrows kind of show you where we were at in terms of this project. So we were consulting with our PPI advisory groups, and we were planning jointly in terms of making decisions in the research project. And you see a couple of pictures there of what was going on, and sticky notes on flip chart pages, and all sorts of whatever worked really to help people and support people to express their ideas and their lived experiences. Okay, so this is work package 4, the public and patient involvement one. And really, we are coming at this in terms of communication is a basic human right for everybody. So people with communication disability are people who communicate differently, communicate in a different way, that they shouldn't be excluded from our society, from everyday activities, and yet they are. And we learned so much about those experiences of exclusion from our PPI contributors. So we worked with our PPI advisors to identify the barriers from their lived experiences to communication access in their everyday lives. And you can see here what happened in work package 3 was this really critical review of national and international literature in terms of policies and documentation related to communication rights and communication access. And from this literature review, 6 themes emerged from the literature, and we brought those themes to our PPI advisory groups. So Nora is a member there of the Galway Travellers, and Nora was one of the members in the Galway Travellers who participated as a PPI contributor. And we also had the contributors, as I said, from survivors of stroke living with communication disability, people from the deaf community, people people living with dementia. So we had a range of people that were looking at these themes and seeing, well, did they make any sense to them, really, in their everyday lives? So we had meetings with all of the different groups. There were 14 members of the Galway Travellers involved in this research, and you can see there were 8 people from the deaf community, 8 stroke survivors, and then 2 people living with dementia. And then you had the 6 representatives on the steering committee as well. So we brought those themes to the groups. We worked with the groups to try and make sense of them, see did they make any sense or what did they think of them. And then when we were finished that work with the PPI advisory groups, we shared it with our next team, the Work Package 5 team, who really tried to pull everything together to create a conceptual framework about communication access and rights in terms of communication. So when Work Package 5 had, completed that work, they came back to us then in the PPI groups and said, well, here's what we've pulled together across all of the groups in terms of what ideas are coming up, what the lived experiences and perspectives are. So then we went back to our groups again and we said, well, this is what's coming up. What do you think of this now? Does this make any sense to you in terms of the themes or, the ideas that are coming up? And here they were. So there were issues around discrimination, there were issues around bias, there were issues around exclusion, cultural identity, healthcare and education access. So you can see here the arrows between Work Package 4 and Work Package 5, and then back again to Work Package 5 and 4. So moving between, it was an iterative process, never complete in a way, because we were always trying to look and see, well, does it make sense for the PPI advisors involved in the project? Do they want to change anything or refine anything or review anything? And so that's the conversation, that's the level where we're at now in the project. The ultimate goal is to create an agreed conceptual framework to promote communication access rights on the island of Ireland for all people with communication disability and difference. So that's kind of the background to the ENSPIRED project. But what we're going to do now is we're going to just move into a conversation with Yvonne and with Nora about the experiences of being involved in the ENSPIRED project in terms of the PPI work.
Hello everybody, my name is Nora Ward, and I myself am a travelling woman, which is I'm a member of the travelling community. And to explain that, the travellers are a minority group in a majority. So, and just to say that I also work with the Galway Travel Movement as a primary healthcare worker. And do you want to speak?
Yeah, great. Yeah. Okay, my name is Yvonne Fitzmaurice. I am a speech and language therapist, university teacher, and a PhD candidate. And I'm incorporating PPI into my PhD project across the whole research cycle. And also, I am very grateful to have had the opportunity to work on the ENSPIRED project.
Yeah. So I suppose, to be honest, when we went to the Galway Travellers, Nora, we weren't sure, whether or not the Galway Travellers would think about themselves as having, a communication difference. So we knew you didn't have a communication disability. But whether or not you would think that it was even right for you to be involved in this project, But we learned from you a lot about your unique culture and about your communication, and that really you did feel that you communicated or talked differently.
That's right, yeah. Because I think we have normalised a lot of stuff over the years, and I definitely would agree with you. There is a difference because we have our own, we're Irish citizens, and we also have our own traditions. And within our community, we would have literacy would be huge. We're in old Ireland, people didn't get a chance to go to school. And in recent years, you ran about there about, there's different ways that a person can explain something, but sometimes I found people has got lost because there's an assumption that everybody can read and write. But literacy is huge within the travelling community. And I know people are thinking, oh, that's in the past now, but that's just as That's very much there today, because some of our children are just treated as, oh, look at you, you're not going to get anywhere anyway. And people think that's gone away. And I think when you came to us, Ruth and Yvonne, and you're saying, I agree with you, people have normalised stuff, because people say, why are you accepting this and why are you challenging? You get tired.
Yeah.
And we have our own culture, and there is a lot of traditions within our culture. And I would actually, here today as a travelling woman, I'd encourage anybody, I won't be able to answer every question, but I really would love if anybody had any question that they may never have had an opportunity for to ask a travelling person, and that I could at least answer it to the best of my ability. Like what happened when we all sat around the table.
Yeah.
There was a lot of learning for everyone,
Yeah, exactly.
So,
I agree with that, Nora. There was a lot of learning for everyone, Ruth and myself included.
Because sometimes, it's the fear of the unknown. Because people have this, oh yeah, I know, they don't know travellers. They only know what they've read, or maybe they've had an experience, saw a certain situation, and people haven't seen, I take an example, like people will take a booking for an event of a traveller, and when the people turn up, all of a sudden they're dressed up to have the meal, and nobody sees the way they're being set up, they're being provoked. My son is married to a settled girl, and it's unbelievable. I hear stuff, people are put on special training to recognise a traveller, and there's a lot of stereotyping and there's a lot of stuff goes on. But I would say people don't know the real travellers, and I think that's what happened when we all sat together.
Yeah.
There was a lot, and I'd love today if we could make little changes in any way by asking any question,
Yeah. So we did sit together, Nora. So we sat together around a table to do our PPI work.
That's right.
And we asked each other, what would work well here in terms of sharing our ideas and our experiences, and yours in particular. And the thing that people said would work well was using a flip chart page with sticky notes and markers and pictures and all sorts of different ways of capturing people's stories about exclusion, their stories about how they talk differently or how they communicated differently. So that's the way we did the research, really.
That's right, yeah. You listened and we communicated. Yeah. And there was a good understanding, and everybody felt very relaxed and felt they were listened to. Yeah. I suppose it was an opportunity to have a voice.
It was, but do you know, Yvonne, do you remember the first day that we went in to meet the Galway travellers in your offices? So we were out of our comfort zone, we were off campus and we were going to your offices, and I remember Yvonne and I the night before saying, what are you going to wear, Yvonne? What am I going to wear? How are we going to, will we be accepted? We weren't sure.
That was great, we all got on well, yeah.
You welcomed us with open arms. But Yvonne, you might remember that first meeting.
I do, and I think it was a really interesting meeting, really, because I think we went, like you always enter a particular environment with your own perceptions, as you're right, Nora. And we weren't sure, about communication, disability or difference. But actually one thing that became very clear very quickly was certainly there was communication difference. How travellers communicate is different. It's louder, there's very little turn taking, people are getting in all the time. And also, Nora, one thing we noticed, you really spend a lot of time gauging body language.
That's right.
Like you said, we got along very well, but we didn't know when Ruth and I were approaching, we were being assessed as we arrived. And our attitude and I suppose our genuineness was being
came across.
Assessed.
Yeah, because definitely. Because in the past, travellers have been feeling used, where people have come and they've took photographs of our children, particularly when people lived on the roadside. And people were really uneducated, and their children's photographs were like somebody went into a museum in America and they saw their child's photograph on the wall, and people were telling stories and there was songs made. And they felt over the years they become very cautious of people. Where do you use them for their stories? Where did you go with them? Like their songs. But the travellers didn't benefit. And that's where I suppose also when people can't read or write, you become you read the body language a lot. Very good at that.
And that actually, because we had a speaker before lunch and a panel of speakers, and they were saying those exact things. You don't use people.
Yeah,
you work with people, and you know that there's kind of shared decisions made together.
Should be
in the research. Yeah. Did you feel that in the ENSPIRED project?
Oh, very much so, and I felt like you could see it even the way there was people. Everybody felt comfortable, and nobody felt like, I do think, very comfortable. They felt they were heard and they were given an opportunity to speak, and you showed very good interest. It was very genuine in the room, really, to sound it up, because like when like people, as I said, you know, when we've had experiences where we'd have people. Like this is where the Galway Travelling Fund really came in, or my job and a lot of others. I go out on the ground and I work with travelling families, and it's amazing. The only one they will share with is a traveller. Certain stuff, because they're thinking, where will my there's a very cautious, where is this information going to go? Particularly in a house where there's children. Because like I was just talking during the week now to 2 women, and they're after getting the notes from school that your child has missed 8 days, and if he misses 20, we'll have 2 onto you. But I said they didn't miss 20 days. Like they're being threatened.
Yeah.
Do you know this kind of a way to speak to people? Because and a lot of that would have went on, and then travellers react because they're very uneducated in regards to how do I deal with this, and people are provoking.
Does that come back to some of the issues that you would have talked to us about in ENSPIRED, in terms of that if people get appointments in the post, that they, because of the issues with literacy, that they mightn't be able to read them.
They wouldn't have missed it, yeah.
Yeah, or that they might miss an appointment because they didn't realise they got one, because as the other Nora was saying to us, you could have 2 halting sites, one beside the other, with 20 families in each, and the names of the families are shared, are very similar.
Very similar, yeah.
And so the letters can go missing. Or they might arrive and the person can't read them, and so therefore travellers mightn't turn up to healthcare appointments or education appointments because of those communication issues.
Oh, that was huge, and like we had at one stage where there was a lot of children who had galactosemia, because for the reason was they never come back for their appointments. And when they sent the letters, the travellers were moving around.
Yeah.
You know, and then we'll say if they're living in a rented accommodation, and then something happens with the landlord, and they realise they're travellers, and then they come up with an excuse they're selling the property or something. The letters, there was a breakdown in communication, but it's good now to send a text message to the phone.
See, that's
huge.
Ideas. There were good ideas in the project. Yeah.
But in saying that now in a positive, the HSC did do a lot of work with the Galway Travelling Movement, and that's where there has been a lot of positive changes. Like when you go to the hospital now, you can follow a diagram, which is not telling you go down there to Noon 42. They're telling you follow. That's easier on someone that cannot read or write, without having to say I can't read or write.
Yeah.
And that's really interesting, because across other groups, for example, people who have survived strokes would say the same. You know, that not over people with communication difficulties or difference, as you would agree. And we learned that as a group, you would say you definitely fit into that category. It's really important that you look beyond the written word, and even getting to X-ray. You can follow the arrows, as you say.
Rather than say, whatever. Yeah. So that has made a huge change. And there has been a lot of, we would have a lot of problems around when women were having babies. Mm-hmm. Because there was, in all fairness to the young student nurses, and that's why I think having the cultural training is extremely important, because the travelling women wear a St. Philomena cord. And where people couldn't understand it. And then they'd be very religious, so they'd use a holy powder. But there was a huge confusion around that. But we had one of our workers linked in with the midwiferys. So that's been brilliant. Okay. So this is where we need the link.
And that is one thing that came across when we spoke to you, that you felt certainly, and as a group, you felt positive changes had been made.
No, there has been.
Being made, but there's a long way to go.
Yeah, and as I said, I think when someone feels if they can turn to someone, they can trust someone. Yeah. Trust and confidentiality was huge, and to feel that they were listened to.
Yeah.
Because if they can't deal with it now, I think they've become confident enough to say, I know someone I can get to speak for me or come with me.
Yeah, and that, it takes time. Like, I mean, I didn't even know, to be honest, when we went to work with you in the PPI groups, that the travellers call people who are not travellers the settled. I didn't even know that. But it took, I mean, we really, there was a lot of trust that was built over a period of time, you know, so this was over several meetings.
Yeah.
And I think then because there was trust,
people
were
relaxed.
very open to sharing. Like, to be honest, one of the first meetings that we were in, there was so much sharing that it was difficult. There was so much noise in the room, like with all the loud talking, that it was hard. And I remember turning around to one of the other travellers and saying, what are we going to do here? How do we manage this? And she said, that's no problem, Ruth. Now I'll sort this out for you. And she said, just, you divide it up now in two. Yvonne, you take one side, and Ruth, you can be with the other group, and we'll work in that way. And she had it all figured out. And that's what PPI is. Like, it takes that pressure off your shoulders to figure things out as, in inverted commas, the researcher that's supposed to have expertise or whatever. It's about saying, well, no, I don't have the expertise. I'm going to ask for help. And I'm going to,
what suits the group or the people, yeah. And I think that's what happened there. And also, when you say everybody was kind of talking, I think what happens, people has internalised, and I think they thought you were there to fix everything. So they really did share.
We didn't fix anything.
No, but it was theory, like, because I mean, everywhere there's an accommodation crisis, and it's huge. And like, we have an accommodation worker inside, and then if she doesn't answer the phone, then I said, you know, maybe you should get an assistant just to answer the phone. At least she has been heard. She's voiced her feelings.
Yeah.
And they have looked at that now, and that has taken away, you know, little things.
I think, as you say, little things. One of the things that was really helpful for us was you came up with a lot of solutions. When we looked at what the difficulties were, you had a lot of solutions, and some of them already maybe in train or people working on them already, and it was like maybe extending things that are already there or letting people know what's there. And also, when we went back with, let's say, the findings from all the groups, and one of the things we're looking, well, what to do now, what do we do with it? You had lots of really good ideas, and they were small steps, but they were really good ideas of who we should be sharing this information with and where to go next.
And I remember being surprised, to be honest with you, when we went back, you know, with that, we'll call it draft conceptual framework, to share the findings with you. And one of the things that people in the group said was, it's the first time researchers have ever come back to talk to us in person and to tell us what the outcomes were or what the findings were, that had never happened before.
Yeah.
You might have got a report, but you didn't have that in-person meeting, and I was really surprised by that.
Yeah, because that would happen, and that's what I said about it. And a lot of people have been it's been tokenistic, and over the years people are getting tired of that, because you have a lot of people, like, I mean, certain things would happen to me, but my daughter is educated now. My daughter's just had a degree, and like, she's going to say, Mammy, you don't put up with that now, you know, like, and which is good.
Yeah.
You know, those days are gone, and I think there's a lot more of that happening, which is creating positive change. Because, like, if somebody can't read or write, how can you read a letter? How can you have followed up the appointment? There's a huge breakdown in communication. And then again, in all fairness to everybody, some people got education and they probably don't realise there's other people out there. Like, I mean, it's something to be ashamed of. People just didn't get the opportunity. But yet it's been held against them. So, but there's little changes.
It's causing those kind of barriers to
huge,
inclusion. I remember one of the lads in the group talking about, you know, when they would go to the gym, and that as travellers they talk louder. Just the volume is louder than other people in the gym, and so they were immediately identifiable because of that. Yeah,
there'd be a lot of stereotyping as well. Someone said recently, it's easier to identify a traveller woman than it is a man. And I couldn't understand that, you know.
Why was that, do you think?
They said because they dress a certain way, But she said probably saw someone dressed a certain way. But that's what I said, you normalise it, because you just can't change the world, I can't change the system. I can only be myself, be as confident as I can, and try and say the same thing to my own children. Like I remember years ago, a little boy needed to play football, and every time we go down and play football, he'd be back and I said, jeez, that's Paul, you shouldn't have come. Oh, Mummy, they're down there and they're calling tinkers. And then I said, oh, jeez. And then I said, but did they call you a tinker? And he said, no, but they're shouting tinkers. But I said, did they say Paul Ward is a tinker? He said, no. But then I said, they're not talking about you. They're talking about a huge group of people.
Yeah.
So, like, I mean, it was about a group of people, but he was the travelling child.
Yeah.
And how straight away he didn't want to go down playing football. And I just came up with that. So I said, unless to say Paul is a tinker.
Yeah.
I said, other than that, try and be building a resilience around it. So he kept going down and then he done it. But should he have to do that?
No. I'm just thinking, for Nora, for people who are maybe joining us online and they might never have heard of the word tinker before.
Tinker, yeah.
What would you say that means in terms of...
Well, it's a word. It's a word that's used. We're travelling people, Irish travelling people, but that's a word that people use because I think it came from years ago when people travelled around the roads, and then they used to fix cans and buckets. So in all fairness, it was a word that was kind of more associated with the older travellers, and people use that word. But a lot of travellers do not like that word. It's very like, you a tinker. It's not your traveller. It's your tinker. It's the way. Oh yeah, and the way it's said as well. Especially to children.
Just in terms of the words to use, I learned that because we weren't sure.
No, we weren't.
But so traveller with a capital T if you're writing it. Yeah,
you remember that.
Yeah, and I'm struck hearing you. One thing that I found an eye opener for me was a lot of the people talking about rearing their children to expect prejudice, and from very tiny children and how to manage it. And we'll say and deal with it as best they could, but it's something that
you start telling them very young to build a resilience. Like I still told my child to keep going down there. I said unless he calls Paul, but he knew him. They only travel around the field, so it's me. But I kept at that. And I mean, I was like, and then sometimes that's going to go on. You can say, look, just don't bother going back down there anymore. And this is where people will just drop out then,
And another thing I remember learning as well about, there were some travellers in the group who were advocating for other travellers and had different jobs and different roles, but they were feeling it was a difficult role for them to do when they weren't, let's say, coming home with the goods, let's say, or able to deliver as quickly as people expected. And then they got, I suppose, worn down very quickly. Do you want to talk a bit about that?
Yeah, because I think, like when you said, people become very relaxed in the group. I think the thing, because you're a traveller, and because you've got this job, that you really empathise, you can really understand where they're coming from, and that you're going to fix it. Yeah. But nothing is as simple as that. Yeah. So sometimes being a traveller, trying to help a traveller, is not an easy space either. Yeah. And as someone said then, it's not an easy space either if you go into a certain room or you're on a meeting and people think they can say whatever they want about members of your community. Yeah. It's a different chair to be sitting in when it's your community. Yeah. Now we know we can't all, everybody isn't perfect, and I'm not saying that, but there's some stuff that went on, but there was reasons,
And Nora, can I ask you then, so as a traveller, do you have any advice for researchers who would want to do PPI, public and patient involvement work, with the Galway with the travellers generally, or GTM? Is there any advice you would give new researchers, let's say, going in to meet you to work with you?
Well, I work with the women in the West Side, and every so often I set up a bit of say now, for instance, I do a bit of, since Christmas, we done a 6 weeks wellness. And then Cree contacted me, so I got 15 women to come to Cree. And they're amazed that you could get 15 women. I think keeping it very relaxed.
Okay.
Just like what happened in the room, everybody chatted, you went with the flow, and I think when they see all this digital stuff and this is coming from, where are they going with this information?
Yeah.
You're kind of putting it back, keeping it nice and relaxed and being yourself and giving people a chance to feel that they're being heard. I think that would definitely be very important.
That's
because it works with me, women. Like, I'm a travelling woman, and I've travelling women out, and some people can't get anyone to come in. So we just keep it nice, and we have a bit of crack and a bit of, and little things like that, and having the cup of tea and the cup of coffee. Keeping it very simple. But you'd be amazing, people relax.
Yeah.
And the information just starts flowing.
Yeah. There's a space for learning from each other.
There is, by keeping the atmosphere nice and,
I think flexibility, Ruth, from we learned to be flexible and to go with the flow to a certain extent. Would you agree, Ruth?
You'd have to go slow. We will go fast.
I'm conscious that I'm sticking on the time, Marcus, so I just want to check time.
You're at 3 minutes to 3 minutes.
So we're good. We're finished in 3. Okay.
I'd like to ask if there was any questions for that opportunity.
So we'll give you mics if anybody has questions.
Because I see it as an opportunity if anybody has. Not that I can answer everything, but.
Okay, go to April 1st at the back.
Hi. Thanks for sharing your insights and your research story. So I come from Canada. I moved to Ireland about a year ago. And when you talked about feeling used, or travelers feeling used, in the past, it reminded me of in Canada or Indigenous people, and in research in the past, and probably still, I can't speak on their behalf, but I felt used and tokenistic as well. So when we enter research in Canada, we need to go through a module that was built in collaboration with Indigenous peoples on their history and their history with research in the past and why they feel that way and how to incorporate their views and their perspectives and ask them to be involved in research in the future. So my question to you would be, as someone new to Ireland and very new to the traveller community, is there anywhere you would recommend to learn more about the travelling community that's trusted or maybe even developed by a travelling community if it does exist?
Yeah, I think you could contact the Galway Travel Movement and maybe offer to do some voluntary work, because I know they used to run an after-schools programme and they were very interested in having people in there. But I'm sure you could contact, or if you ever wanted to link in with myself, if you were ever doing anything, and if I could help you in any way, I wouldn't mind. Okay?
And are there are some initiatives looking at traveller culture and giving more insights into it. Nora, aren't there?
Nora, I think Cathal was saying that you're doing some training on traveller culture and building awareness. I think maybe Kathleen did work on that.
Oh yeah, we people like myself now, Nora Mangan, we could come and bring the statistics, and like we had an All Ireland health study carried out in 2020. Yeah, but the findings in that were amazing. Yeah. Within our community, but you could have a cultural training day.
Yeah.
Yeah. But getting back to what this girl said here, we have a Miss Lure event once a year. And that's open to everyone, and it'd be very nice for anybody welcome to come along to it. Is there anyone else with any questions?
Yeah, I got one question. So thanks a lot for the talk. I find it very interesting. And I recognize a lot what you say also about the prejudice that people, how do you say it, don't know until they speak with you. And I'm also curious, did you attend my presentation before or not?
Yeah, we were listening, yeah.
Okay, so then I don't have to explain that. But I'm also thinking, this is in the Netherlands the same thing. I think there's not many talks with the traveller community. And I feel like I would like to have a talk, let's say. But what kind of things what kind of tips or advice would you have to contact, to reach out? I'm focused on health, for example. Do you experience any health barriers? With accessing healthcare, for example, I'm really curious about these two things. Do you experience barriers, and what would you advise? Would you just go?
Well, I'll give you our coordinator's number, and you could contact him, because I did hear a bit of your presentation, and you were on about the respite. And when the All Ireland Health Study, in our community, suicide is 7.5 times higher than any other community. Now, we're just a minority in a majority. Heart attacks, travelling men and women die younger than the settled population. and we have higher childbirths, and we have diabetes. And people say, the statistics are there, but it's also down to our lifestyles. Like, for instance, people are living in accommodation. We have large families. In our community, people get married a lot younger. And then there is an accommodation crisis, where in old Ireland, a young couple would move into a caravan, which was part of our culture. But in recent times now, you're not allowed to have a caravan. So our culture people are telling us, we've young girls get married young. You still need them. We are very supportive to our children. And my daughter-in-law is a member of the settled community, and she cannot believe the amount of work that travelling women do with their daughters. They're always on standby. So this is where we always look like there's a big crowd. But there's a good side of it, because we're always there to support each other. But I did hear a few things you touched on, and I did, in that brief few minutes, I could feel a similarity.
And I think, if I might add, health issues recurred during our
huge.
And access to health, and men accessing health as well.
Yeah.
And people don't like going to the doctor.
Particularly the men. And this is where, we find sometimes if we get to the women, say if we run something, as I said, when you keep it nice and relaxed, and we may have 12 women, we could bring somebody down maybe to have a little pampering even, but we use it in a way to introduce the information. Around maybe a check-up at Cree. We're having a morning now in Ballyban next week, and it's going to be for information around diabetics. But it'll be the women that will hopefully get the husbands there. And then we always say, if you can get to a mother, that means in the end, if you got to 10 mothers, you probably got to 100 people. Because she's going to get to her 10 daughters, and it's going to go out that way. So it's a way, like you said, finding a way. What is the best way to reach? But I will give you that number, and I think it will be interesting.
Thanks a lot.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
I'm conscious of time, Martha. I think we need to kind of close, but we'll say thanks to Nora and to Yvonne and to all involved in the ENSPIRED project. And really the ultimate aim is that we are trying to make our communities and our societies more inclusive and more accessible for people who talk differently, who are of communication difference, or for people living with communication disability. So watch this space, and we'll hopefully be publishing more papers and doing more work to share the findings of this research. Thank you.
So we're actually a little bit ahead of time, and we're at the end of our event. So I just wanted to do some thank yous and a wrap up. I think it's difficult to capture the richness of today's sessions in a couple of words, but I do think the importance of values and trust has come through every session that we've held today. The reality and the need to meet people where they're at, and I think Nora said, sit at the table with people. Ask questions. I think one of the things we're always saying to our students, regardless of what they're doing, is ask questions. Don't leave with something that you're not sure of. Take the time to think of a question and ask it, because it will lead to another question and a conversation, and we all learn. And I think that's something, no matter what side of the table you're at, there are shared learnings. I loved when Derek was talking earlier about the social capital piece of PPI, because sometimes, depending on the hat you're wearing, whether you're there as a patient involved or whether we're there as members of the academic community, we're all human beings, and we can make life really complicated. But if we go back to the simple things and the simpleness of values and trust, and getting to know people at a personal level, I think we probably wouldn't need PPI, because we would just be living our lived experience, and we would have open and respectful conversations with each other. In terms of our thanks, we just wanted to thank the ENLIGHT and the Erasmus community for their funding and support of our event today. I think it was money well spent. I think they would agree. To our speakers, particularly Ellen, Georgina, Paul and Thomas, who travelled to be with us today to share their experiences. To John Gaffey for all his work behind the scenes. To Martha for all her work in front of the scenes and behind the scenes, a phenomenal support to us. And to our attendees online. So we've had between 40 and 50 people online all day, and we've managed to hold their attention, which is fantastic. To all of our guests who are in person as well, and just to recognise the Institute for Life Course and Society. As I said this morning, I think it's a very fitting venue for us and what we're doing today, and then just to recognise our IT support and the group in Sale Cafe who fed us and watered us well throughout the day, and to Nora for taking the time to come and spend the afternoon with us here as well. We will be sharing an evaluation report or request to you all. So do please take the time to fill it in. Let us know what you enjoyed, maybe something we could change for next time, or if you have any thoughts on events and activities. As we shared earlier, we run festivals, we run events all the time, and we're really keen that they're inclusive and they're not just what we think will work. We really invite ideas from everybody. For our online participants, this is the end of the event, so we will say goodbye to them. But for those who are attending in person who would like to do the escape room, we will shortly depart for the room, and Paul will be delivering that workshop with us. It'll take about an hour. So again, on behalf of Ruth, myself, Martha, and the PPI team, thank you for your attendance today.